What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Mossi warrior clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Mossi warrior clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even be fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that? If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. We say PMO ain't
It's no problem. It's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
Let's ask one. I love to tell Sutek. Tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Have him pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You heard it right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, but then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me and I don't be
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't be being up like that.
PNL, they trying to trigger you, brother. And
what the fuck up?
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
Y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught that Abos slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top Abo leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga get lost, you just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.
What's good with everybody, man? Happy Super Sunday, the first Sunday of March. Peace to the chat. Like the show, share the show, tell all your friends. We in the building. It's your brother Sean P in the place to be, man. And we're live and in living color. We got an impactful show that I actually started a little bit earlier than normal. And I want to get to it and kind of get it going. And I'm going to take my time doing it. So I appreciate those of you who are tapped in this early, those of you who will catch the replay. Make sure that you like the show, share the show. What up, baby ghost? What's good with you? Yeah, man. I was going to do this a little earlier. I would have been up a little bit ago, but I didn't. So if you're familiar with our page, then you know that we drop things from time to time on the community page, which has a lot of posts about our history, science, and other things as it pertains to who we are and our identity as Black people in the Americas. Man, make sure y'all sharing that stuff because YouTube will allow you to share that to your social platforms. And you know what I mean? A lot of people need to see that so that we're not, losing the fight, so to say, as it pertains to our Africanness or our Blackness in the Americas and our overall history. We transitioned out of Black History Month into the month of March. And that doesn't mean that our history stops, and it will never stop. So I want to, before I get going, I want to elaborate on something that I posted on the community page. And it's just a little history fact just to get us going this month, and then we're going to transition into something deeper. And I hope that the Aboriginals or Wabos or those claiming to be indigenous or this new argument is not new to us, but I gotta say new argument of being American, not in the sense of the word American, but Ameri, and then there's a hyphen in there, apostrophe in there, and then can. We want to cover the market, so to say. No, we don't do shows every day for 12 hours a day or 8 hours a day. We don't have that kind of time. All of us are contributing to society in other ways, and we have lives. So when we do a show, that means we have the time to do the show And we're going to dedicate that time to properly informing our people. And we still G-checking this information at the door. And then when we have our moments to be able to teach, these are the things that we would like to do. So with that being said, man, I want to go ahead and bring to you the first part of our conversation, and sources are always in the description of the video. I know as we get going, you know, some people may matriculate in, and that's cool. That's why you have 2.0 version, if you can go back to the beginning and then get to doing whatever it is that you want to do and then go from there. But hold on 1 second. One second, because somebody asked me about pups. So he was chilling in the back. All right. So as you can see on the screen, you see Brooklyn. Yeah, like New York, Brooklyn, Illinois, right? And I've actually accidentally been here. I say accidentally been here because I was going to a dog show a few months ago, and we needed to go to Walmart and stuff like that, and you know, kind of have some business in a sense to, you know, with the dogs before we went into the show. And I just ended up in this secluded area that lies right here between St. Louis, on that borderline, St. Louis and Illinois. And right in this area, you know what I'm saying, we kind of got it in right there in that area. So this one source is an actual archaeological project that is contained in a book and provided to us with actual information that expands into a bigger version. So people are, and I'm doing this because a news article dropped recently where people in the area are trying to preserve the history and the importance and the existence of Brooklyn, Illinois, which is going by a different name, and I'll tell you that in just a second. So it was established in the 1820s across the Mississippi River, and you're going to hear something to all of the indigenous, the real indigenous, the natives that come in here and defend themselves against the Abos, like Baby Ghost and others. This name Illinois is relevant to their culture, their history and understanding, because that name has a specific meaning to the natives. But let's go. So again, it was established in 1820s across the Mississippi River from St. Louis, the slave state of Missouri. Remember that, Missouri, slave state. It was started as a settlement of African Americans escaping slavery, and later became the first Black town in America to be incorporated. The growing town was also called Lovejoy, in honor of abolitionist Elijah Lovejoy, who was killed by a pro-slavery mob in nearby Alton, Illinois in 1837, as you can see based on the star. Brooklyn grew as a community of craftspeople, laborers, and their families. A plat of the town was filed in 1837, and in 1873 it became the first African-American town to be incorporated. I'll say it one more time. It became the first African-American town to be incorporated. The goals of the new archaeology and historical research project are to understand how ethnicity, class, religion, racism, and developing markets influence the ways in which individuals and families of this community made choices in shaping their natural, social, and built environments, and in developing particular social traditions and economic strategies. An interdisciplinary collaborative research project is underway that includes the University of Illinois Departments of Anthropology and African American Studies, the Illinois State Archaeological Survey, formerly called the Illinois Transportation Archaeological Research Program, or ITARP, and the Illinois State Museum, working in coordination with Historical Society of Brooklyn. An additional overview is provided in this excerpt of a publication entitled Examining Structural Racism in the Jim Crow Era Illinois, in the Materiality of Freedom, Archaeologies of Post-Emancipation Life, edited by Jody Barnes. Listen to this name. This is the work right here. This is the published work that you can get. And it's produced and published by, Professor Sundiata Chachua at IU, University of Illinois. That's a powerful name that he has right there. Sundiata, that's West African all the way, right? This guy, University of Illinois. He provides an excellent in-depth analysis of the documentary and oral histories of Brooklyn in America's first Black town. Okay. And then this provides portal access to other websites that provide additional information. And we're going to take a look at a few things. So let's skip ahead. What you see here is a burning building and a mob of people outside, right? Okay. Now, this is wood engraving of pro-slavery riot in Alton, Illinois on November the 7th in 1837, which resulted in the murder of Elijah P. Lovejoy. Brooklyn was established across the Mississippi River from St. Louis, Missouri, as a settlement of free and enslaved African Americans fighting against and escaping bondage. An anti-slavery activist named Mother Priscilla Baltimore encouraged 11 families of free and enslaved African Americans to depart the area of St. Louis and establish a community in 1829. She is considered a hero to the community of Brooklyn. While it grew as a community of both African Americans and European Americans through the 19th century, by the time of its incorporation in 1873, Brooklyn's population consisted largely of African American residents engaged as artisans, craftspeople, merchants, farmers, laborers, and their families. Brooklyn's population grew through the 19th century with approximately 200 African American residents in the 1840s and 50s. By the time of 1880 census, Brooklyn was home to 371 African Americans and only 203 European American residents. As a town dominated by such proportions of African American residents, it was the first Black town, to be incorporated under state legal system. This slave ad that you see to the right of here is justification for what would come to be known as Brooklyn, by Mrs. Priscilla Baltimore. Here's a documentation here, right? You see the big old word freedom right there. We'll talk about this in a minute, but this is an example of a certificate of free status for formerly enslaved individuals in Illinois in 1844. So again, just to show you again, this big old word, freedom, this was to prove your freedom right here, right? It's a certificate of that. Peace, Teddy. One of the main goals of this research project is to add a new perspective to our understanding of the change in relationships between whites and blacks in the demographically integrated community over the course of the antebellum and postbellum eras. This project provides highly valuable data comparison with the historic site of New Philadelphia in Pike County, Illinois. Yeah, there's a New Philadelphia as well. New Philadelphia was founded by Frank McWhorter in 1836. It was the first town in the United States to be planned in advance and legally registered by a plat and town plan filed by an African American. So just in this conversation alone, regarding as it pertains to the state of Illinois, you've been introduced to two specific areas, Brooklyn and New Philadelphia. Both are founded by blacks. All right, so let's get that straight. The team of researchers focusing on that community in Pike County or exploring the same research questions, those raised here in regard to Brooklyn's history. So as Professor Sundiata Chajua observes, the communities initiated of Free Frank and Mother Baltimore had much in common. Both emerged from an African-American self-activity and both became spaces hospitable to blacks fleeing the fetters of slavery. During this period, Brooklyn differed from New Philadelphia mainly because it was a majority black town and offered the opportunities to join organizations and participate in black-controlled institutions. Perhaps Brooklyn during the antebellum period more closely resembled what Free Frank McWhorter had envisioned for New Philadelphia. Brooklyn was very active in the Underground Railroad. Here's the significance of African Americans escaping bondage in antebellum. Miss Baltimore, remember, anytime you hear the word Baltimore, it's referring to her. Miss Baltimore, a formerly enslaved laborer, became active in the Methodist Church and later assisted in the influential Reverend William Paul Quinn in establishing a Methodist Church in Brooklyn. In 1836, Quinn Chapel, African Methodist Episcopal Church, was built and established in Brooklyn as the first AME church in the Midwest region. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one other way of us identifying ourselves with the motherland, was that we used African a lot in business and others, and we're going to continue to see a trend. This church, under Reverend Quinn's leadership, was a known hub of activities advocating abolition and aiding escapees, as were a series of strategically placed AME churches throughout the Illinois region. Strategically placed AME churches throughout Illinois. Significant with the move or the runaway path or railroad for people escaping slavery. So these churches, right, as we have learned before, if you're familiar with other platforms, especially True Story, when he goes into his justification for the AME churches, etc., and the whole Jesus juice drinking community that we have, these churches were strategically placed for a reason, and that was to help secure the runaways. Now, Antioch Baptist Church was also built in Brooklyn in 1838, was also active in these efforts. So there's two churches were active in the efforts of freeing or providing protection for runaways. Brooklyn's role in assisting individuals escaping from slavery and in supporting abolition were also evident in the fact that the community was also called Lovejoy. Elijah Lovejoy was a Presbyterian minister, journalist, and newspaper publisher who became an ardent and vocal abolitionist. He was murdered, and his publishing house and printing press were destroyed by a pro-slavery mob in 1837 at Alton, Illinois, just 20 miles north of Brooklyn. Think about that. This black man had his printing press, his own place of business, and he was an abolitionist, publishing newspapers, etc. His shit was destroyed. What up, No Pseudo? What up, Infinite? So here's Quinn Chapel AME, and here's Antioch Baptist Church. Professor Chajua's study of the history of Brooklyn shows evidence that the community was established and grew with ideals of solidarity and self-determination, but that economic opportunities were channeled away from the town over time as a result of racism and political corruption. The town was initially attractive to African Americans escaping slavery who wished to live in the community with a majority of African American residents. In a postbellum period, Brooklyn presented newly arriving African American residents with the promise of participating in the economic growth of industrialization. and new jobs in the region surrounding St. Louis and its transportation hubs of river and rail. These were intricate. Think about that. This town, these two towns that we just mentioned are found, right? New Philadelphia and Brooklyn are founded off the Mississippi. There's a persistent strategical pattern of AME churches in these little parts and areas. There's an involvement of African Americans helping runaways. There's a growth there. It's one of the first to be incorporated, all to flee slavery. But the route, that Mississippi is vital because that was used a lot of times by a lot of people as it pertains to how people moved in this area, up and down the Mississippi. But let's move forward. I'll maybe elaborate a little bit more on that later on as it pertains to like how the Indians used it. We know how the Indians used it. We know how the Europeans who were colonizing the area, we know how they were using it, as we have the earliest writers during their times in speaking on the Americas and what they were seeing, and especially with this Mississippi, how they used the Mississippi. And now you have Black people who are familiar with these travel ways and things of that nature as well, how they are using the Mississippi to their benefit as well. However, that promise proved fleeting. What up, not a coincidence? As new industrial employment grew in the East St. Louis region of Illinois, those opportunities were not made available to workers living in Brooklyn, likely due to racial prejudices by commercial and industrial operators against such an African-American community. Capital was invested in the other areas in the region despite the available workforce residing in Brooklyn and its convenient location along roadway and river transport routes. Illinois' town lay just to the south of Brooklyn and evolved into the industrial hub of East St. Louis in the 1800s, with commercial enterprises that included extensive coal production. Just as New Philadelphia in Pike County, Illinois was bypassed by the economic advantages that a railroad connection would have provided, Brooklyn was bypassed by railroad economic and employment opportunities that were instead channeled to neighboring East St. Louis. The failure to secure a railway was disastrous for the community's future. New Philadelphia's dissolution in 1855 resulted from its inability to attract a rail line in 1869. Almost none of the all-Black towns obtained a railroad. Again, here we go. The Mississippi River, an aerial shot. St. Louis, Missouri, slave state. Split that from Illinois. Brooklyn, right over here. Here's a black and white image from 1940 showing the same thing. This same thing. A little bit closer. You can't see the river too much though in this black and white because this river's right over here. But this is New Brooklyn right there. Archaeological and surface surveys have established that the archaeological record of Brooklyn lies intact beneath the extensive open spaces of current-day residential parcels. ISAS conducted a recording survey of the Brooklyn Cemetery, which was designated as Site 11S1233. Excavations at an adjacent site containing the remains of late prehistoric period deposits have shown that archaeology sites remain intact in this general area, buried beneath layers of 20th century fill. No archaeological investigation of the community of Brooklyn were conducted before the initiation of this proposed multi-year project. Researchers working with ISAS, UI, and HSB, remember we initialized them earlier, have gathered deeds, census data, tax records, oral histories, and other primary and secondary sources. The earliest deed references were geo-referenced on the current landscape of the town and correlated with the census data over the decades of antebellum and postbellum periods to indicate that most likely locations of the earliest and later households in Brooklyn and changes in residential and business locations over time. A collaborative long-term project has been launched by the HSBUI, ISAS, and the ISM to research archaeological and historical data of this nationally significant community. Dr. Joseph Gallo and a crew of archaeologists with ISAS excavated test units and shovel test pit surveys in several resident lots and existing towns in the summer of 2008. These surveys test units demonstrated that the archaeological record of Brooklyn residents from the earliest years of the community onward exist intact beneath the extensive open spaces of current residential properties. Future field work should include additional surface surveys, geophysical surveys, and excavations to uncover and fully research the past households and business locations of this remarkable community. It's an aerial shot of the community. Again, remember, got over 371 black people in the late 1880s and 1890s in this region, right? Building up their own shit, handling their own business. This is a more recent view. As you can see, the Mississippi again right there. And you got this community, right? This is expressway, highway going through, but you got this community all right here. Look real small right here, all right here. Black people handling their business. Closer view. So this is what was mentioned a little bit earlier. Survey of the town of Brooklyn, Upper Brooklyn, St. Clair Co. And it just goes here and show you the town of Brooklyn and the residences that were in the area. This is a map from 1873 from Gustav Lundwitz, Henry Lubbers, surveyors and civil engineers. North direction in Upper Brooklyn are to the left of this map's orientation. As you've seen over here to the left, it says Upper Brooklyn over here. Now, there are some additional sources in here that deals with every other avenue of answering questions regarding to New Philadelphia and Brooklyn, as we read here. So I just wanted to introduce and bring that out. Now I'm going to elaborate a little bit more. Remember, this place is in a funding war, and they are trying to preserve this history. So here's Mother Priscilla Baltimore's Walkway Park. They got an image of her right here. And, you know, to memorialize everything, they got T-shirts and all of that over here for this area and region. And this is one of the websites. All this is in the description. They even have YouTube videos up. I'm not going to play them here. As it pertains to this, should be two. Yeah, there you go. 2 videos. And kind of go from there. Now, this ain't no Abo community. This ain't no indigenous claiming community. This ain't the we American. This ain't that whole black Indian, none of that. This in the 1880s. Remember, I'm providing you information with a time that these ignorant people can only attest to, as they love going back to Reconstruction after the Civil War, Reconstruction, yada 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 yada. But why you got these African Americans over here? Why they ain't calling themselves these things, right? Again, this is a newspaper clipping, right? Residents of Brooklyn, Illinois, inordinately proud of the town. Everything going through right here. These black people showing love. No, you don't see them dressed up with feathers in their head. You don't see teepees. You don't see all these other things. Look right here on the screen. You don't see none of these things. These people been out here claiming in the community, trying to steal somebody else's culture. You don't see that. You see them dressed up, cars up, buildings up, reading books. Yeah. Then they're gonna say, nah, them the Africans that were enslaved, yada 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 yada. Yeah. Yep. They're going to come up with some type of alternative to this information if they ever talk about it. You know why they ain't going to talk about it? Because it's on this channel. So I guess I can throw that away. It says an all Negro town. Come on, bro. We ain't got to play these games here. And then you have the African American Registry, which eliminates all that we black, we are indigenous, we ain't African bullshit, right? Because this whole registry kills them because it provides additional information. It also speaks to Lovejoy Brooklyn, as it's called, and goes over there. You can see it in the purple over there, right there, in them dots. But this basically elaborates on what we spoke of earlier. And the significance of Lovejoy Brooklyn is, yes, not only it has some of the rich history of our ancestors, but more importantly, it has ties to the Underground Railroad and protecting those runaways from you know who. You know who. So before I transition into the build of today, man, y'all make sure that y'all support in any kind of way in trying to keep this history alive as it pertains to this area and its understanding. Not only Brooklyn, but New Philadelphia as well, because both of those played an intricate piece and part in the story of the African American. And as you can see right here, what I have on the screen, the New Philadelphia Project. And hold on one second. Try to see if I can zoom in a little bit better for y'all. There you go. So the New Philadelphia, similar story. We got a piece of it from the previous, but this one's more so 42 acres. And this is a pre-emancipation project as well. But yeah, it has its involvement. Now remember, there's a reason why. I mean, if you didn't pay attention to True Story before about this, after reading this today and understanding the significance and the importance of the AME Church, now you can see why these AME churches were used. These AME churches were significant in getting us from A to B, those that fled and ran away and saw freedom or seeked freedom. So you might as well call them, you know, what people call them anyway, safe and free houses and things of that nature. But it is what it is, man. And these archaeologists are out there in these communities and obtaining information and explaining history as it goes. And yes, we have African-American women and men participating in these projects. And if you want to know more, like I said, they are heavily invested in trying to preserve the histories in these areas and have been for quite some time. And ain't none of these people in these areas, right? And this is for 111 Truth, because he say he in Illinois, right? So this for 111 Truth. He ain't never brought no information out here like it's talking about these black people in Illinois that were building these towns and communities and yada, 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 because his narrative is different. His narrative is different. These two adjacent stories or towns or historical moments, right? In the 1800s, we have all of this going on. Using the usage of the Mississippi, the usage of the church, the usage of establishing your own shit, the usage of all of that coming pre-emancipation, not post, pre-emancipation. Y'all better get with this real deal. You know what I'm talking about? Better get with this real deal, man. Letting you know up front, bro. This is letting you know up front. The town population for New Philadelphia reached a peak of 160 people in 29 households after the Civil War, a size comparable to many Pike County communities today. However, by the end of the century, racial and corporate politics of America's Gilded Age resulted in the death knell for the settlement. Regional transportation investors routed a new railroad line to pass several miles to north of the town, and many of the New Philadelphia residents eventually moved away, and by the early 20th century, only a few families remained. You're trying to preserve your history that you never knew of right under your feet in some places. Some of you that may watch this video, those of you who will catch it in the future, and those of you who just stumbled upon this because somebody shared it to you, did not know. What's up, EIE? So yeah, man, I wanted to just bring a little bit of that this morning and get that first part out the way. I probably need to timestamp it as it pertains to the information in this part, but there's more. So that's why I left the links and things like that in the description, because there's more to this story than anything. And you just really need to know about it. Like I said, Black history for us is a 24/7, 365-day journey until we eradicate it. And we need to make sure that we continue to shed new light on areas and places and things of that nature that has not had light shed on it before. And continue to dig a little bit deeper than our adversaries and provide the information of proving our Africanness in these efforts to establish our existence here. So I don't see any. What up, Gullah? What's good with you, bro? You missed part A, a little sneak peek of part A. But we'll come back. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna come back and we'll build on that. But I want to transition a little bit, and I want to put something on the screen. But before I do that, y'all know I got to cover it up because I ain't trying to get no strikes. Yeah, we doing all learning. That real deal, you know what I'm talking about? There we go. Let me put this up. Yeah. All right. Again, man, continue to like the show, share the show, you know what I mean? We're going to get into it. So, after having a conversation with Brother Unk the other day on his channel, you know, during his birthday and all of that, he had people up there was having a conversation. The word freedman came about. And somebody was saying, or, you know, should we identify ourselves as freedmen? This isn't the first time we saw Tariq Nasheed try to propose this notion according to stuff that he's arguing. But in his sense, he was negating the Africanness of Black people. And he was, you know, he don't even really had anything that got to do with Africa along those lines. He's continued on trying to draw a line between Black people in America and make us something that we're not, as well as play on people's ignorance and say things like we've been here and other ignorant shit that he likes to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to deal with who we are in a certain period. Excuse me. So there was this lecture. It's a long lecture, but it is broken up into different pieces that deals with the Freedmen's Bureau, that deals with parts of Reconstruction, Civil War, etc. That is taught and brought to us by someone I don't want to say his name because I don't know if True Storian is in the chat or he might sneak a peek at this. But as it is brought to by an adversary of True Storian. Now, in a sense, because they try to make him the authority on the subject matter. However, we all know that his authoritarian comes from being able to research and collect data from people that look like me and you, and out of a library that True Storian loves very much, Schomburg. And, you know, they let him or allow him to speak on it. So what I want to do is, nah, we ain't dealing with Skip Gates. No, he don't look nothing like Skip Gates. So what y'all don't know is there's two people that piss True Storian off, and this is one of the two people in a sense.
Now, Libwack talks about this, but Libwack represents an excellent book, but there's a certain undercurrent of it, of this post-revisionism, where he seems to feel that sort of everybody is against these poor former slaves, and the Freedmen's Bureau is representing the interests of the planters, basically. They're hand in glove with the planters. My view is that actually, as I said, there's a three-way conflict here. The Freedmen's Bureau is not the agent of the former slaves, nor is it the agent of the planters. It is the agent of the free labor ideology of the North. The job of the Freedmen's Bureau is to impose a free labor system on the ashes of slavery. To the extent that this means putting blacks back to work on the plantations, it does mean they have a community of interest with owners. But on the other hand, they try to defend the free labor rights of the former slaves, i.e. reasonable wages, mobility, the right to leave your job. What laborers, nobody puts you in jail in the North if you leave your job. You can go get another job. Nobody sues you if you leave your job. That's what should be, and there should be a labor market, a free labor market. And with a shortage of labor, if there really is a free labor market, blacks should be able to benefit from it. The demand is greater than the supply. So if the Southern laws are attempting to regulate this labor market to avoid that kind of situation. Now, the Freedmen's Bureau, as I've mentioned briefly, was established at the very end of the Civil War to oversee the transition from slavery to freedom. It had enormous obligations. It dealt with labor, it dealt with violence, it dealt with poverty, it dealt with welfare, it dealt with legal problems, it set up its own courts, it set up schools. All this was done by, at a maximum, 900 Freedmen's Bureau agents scattered around the South. It was a remarkable institution given 19th century concepts of governmental action, but it was
900 agencies spread throughout the South. I want someone to remember that he just said 900 agencies spread throughout the South. So what about the Midwest? What about the West? What about the East Coast? The Upper East Coast I'm referring to. What about those people in those areas, right? So when we're using these names, we have to make sure in defining how accurate could we be. But I'm gonna let, cause I got this guy's book too. And I've never played this before. Man, this thing is 9 years old, this lecture. 9 years old, and it's broken up into parts, a lot of parts, and we're only going to get the 10 minutes of this.
Was never remotely large enough to really accomplish all the things that it had been asked to do. Nonetheless, they did do a lot of things. By the end, the Freedmen's Bureau ends in 1870. By that time, there were well over 250,000 students in Freedmen's Bureau schools in the South. There were hospitals.
So it was over in 1870. One more time. And Pure Black, I am not going to say his name. Just know it's legit information. But it's the mere fact that this dude is acting as an authority on the subject matter is what gets under the skin of true story.
Well over 250,000 students in Freedmen's Bureau schools in the South. There were hospitals having been set up. They had arbitrated numerous disputes between employer and employee. They had given out food to starving people, tried to protect blacks against violence. Very hard to do that. As I say, they were the agent of this free labor idea in a situation where free labor was very difficult to actually put into effect, at least in the way it operated in the North. So the Freedmen's Bureau really reflects this Lincolnian idea that the way to make people work is to give them positive incentives. So they tried to make these contracts as fair as possible under the situation. As I've mentioned weeks ago, this was the Northern economic critique of slavery, which dates all the way back to Adam Smith, that slave labor is inherently inefficient because the worker has no incentive to work effectively. The worker does not benefit from his or her labor and therefore has no incentive. Give them an incentive. Free labor gives you the incentive, therefore they will work better, therefore free labor is more effective than slave. This is not this is not a statistical argument, it's an ideological argument that free labor should be and always must be better than slave. Sometimes, but it may not be true. There's tremendous economies of scale on plantations which benefit slave labor. The ability to force people to work can also lead to pretty good productivity. But the notion that you could actually get people to work without compulsion was unknown. I mean, one planter, when the Freedmen's Bureau told, there's an account in there of an exchange with a planter about contracts which the Freedmen's Bureau was invalidating because they were unfair. The agent said, in the North, workers are not required to sign yearly labor contracts, and they are not subject to vagrancy laws if they don't sign, have a job. And the planter was incredulous. He said, well, how can you get work out of a man unless you compel him? How can you get work out of a man unless you compel him? That's the plantation concept. And then one other point here, and we'll get to this also, is that this period of 1865 to 66 is also a period of the beginnings of black politics in the South. Conventions, meetings, statewide, local, in which people are putting forward demands for equal rights, civil rights, political rights, economic rights. Many of those conventions passed resolutions praising the Freedmen's Bureau, requesting the Freedmen's Bureau stay. Blacks did not see the Bureau as an oppressive agent in general. Some of the local officials were. They saw it as an alternative source of authority, of power in the South, given that the planters still controlled most of the land. So, as I said, African Americans, they wanted land. Throughout this whole period, this question of 40 acres and a mule was on the agenda, but never achieved. We know that. I don't believe that 40 acres of land would have been an economic panacea. This would not have solved all the problems of either the former slaves or the South as a whole. Many historians think this is it. This is the key. This is the crux. If only they had distributed land, Reconstruction would have succeeded. Obviously, it's a lot better to own land than not to own land in an agricultural society. But, in the 30 years after the Civil War, the small farmer faced a dire situation in the United States and everywhere else in the world. The The terms of trade were shifting globally more and more toward industry and against agriculture. There was an overproduction of cotton. Land is not the only scarce resource in an agricultural society. The credit system, access to tools and machinery and other things. In other words, white farmers, and we will see this down the road, white farmers who mostly owned their own land before the war are losing their land in large numbers in the 30 years after the Civil War. This will eventually culminate in the populist uprising of the 1890s, where farmers are demanding major changes in the economic system to get themselves out of the tenancy and poverty that they've been thrust into. So small farming was an increasingly difficult mode of life, and African-American farmers would have faced similar challenges to everybody else. We can go into this in the future. I'm not saying it wouldn't have been a good idea to distribute land, but this was not the whole problem. My point is, the struggle was both economic and political at the same time, which is actually why, I won't go this far, a lot of Southern planters were actually more alarmed by the prospect of blacks voting than getting a little piece of land. It was the right to vote that they most vigorously opposed. Because, as I say, the struggle between the planter and the former slave, the struggle that the petitioners said, this is our all-time enemies, is fought out on the ground. It's also fought out in the realm of politics. The refusal of the white South in 1865 to accept the reality of emancipation, given a free hand by Andrew Johnson, the leaders of the white South proved that they cannot accept the reality of the end of slavery. But that refusal triggers two big reactions. One is a wave of political organization among blacks, and then an outrage in the North and a determination to intervene directly to make sure that the results of the Civil War are not being overridden, or reversed by the actions of these Southern governments. It seems that the Civil War is being reversed, and whatever your political view in the North, you're not going to stand around and let the South reinstitute a form of slavery. So the Black Codes, which later on most Southern leaders say that was a tremendous mistake to try to use the power of the state to reimpose a kind of unfree labor, triggers one of the most titanic political battles in American history. And it's a battle that rewrites the Constitution, rewrites our laws, and leads to one of the most remarkable experiments in democracy in American history. And next week, we will turn from this to Washington to see that titanic battle over Reconstruction. So that's where we'll pick up next week.
All right, so as I said, this is like ongoing. But basically, this small piece is about Reconstruction. And it gives you a time frame between 1865, 1890. It tries to condense it down into a 10-minute phrase. But this is part of, not the entirety, but part of the conversation regarding freedmen and Freedmen's Bureau. What was the intent and purpose for all of that? So I do want to highlight primary sources that also can be accessible to you, according to the conversation around this whole thing about this. And we're going to take a look at a few pieces of some of this evidence today. But I do, I do want to let y'all know that all I'm coming with is primary source information. Once you have identified the mere fact that you're using primary evidence in a conversation to educate and inform your people, the believers will never show up. They can't misconstrue a primary source. They can't. They're going to run into problems. So as it pertains to the freedmen, the Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment freed all slaves in the United States. Hundreds of thousands of African Americans, hundreds of thousands of African Americans, hundreds of thousands of African Americans in the South. Where? In the South, faced new difficulties, finding a way to forge an economically independent life in the face of hostile whites, little or no education, and a few other resources such as money. The situation was made all the more difficult because of the attitudes such as those Freedmen, Houston, Hartsfield, Holloway, who said, we colored people did not know how to be free, and the white people did not know how to have a free colored person about them. In fact, many African Americans were quite prepared for freedom, as they demonstrated in 1865 after demanding their civil rights, the vote, the reunion of their families, education, and economic opportunities. Crazy, ain't it? The reunion of their family. The mere fact that we had to renew the union of our families is crazy. For its part, the federal government established the Freedmen's Bureau, a temporary, one more time, a temporary, this is for Unc, a temporary agency to provide food, clothing, medical care to refugees in where? The South. Where? The South. Where? The South. Not the Midwest, not the West Coast, not the East Coast. This word is tricky if you gonna play this game or want to call yourself the freedman. And to get away from the Africanness and all the other shit we've called ourselves over the years. Because the Freedmen's and its bureaus is a temporary agency to provide food, clothing, and medical care to refugees in the South. They called us refugees. We're going to accept that too? Especially freed slaves. Special boards were established to set up schools for African Americans in the South, and Black and white teachers from the North and South worked to help young and old become literate. Some African Americans in the South were encouraged to move to northern cities where jobs would be available. Extending the vote to Black Americans was hotly debated. There's some documents as it pertains to information also regarding it, if you want to look those up. But we have one of those. So let's get into it. Nothing to do, let me see. It's just going to give me the... Give me a second before I put this on the screen. I'm trying to see if I can make this big for y'all. Probably not. All right, so I'm just gonna do it like this. It's about as good as I can get this. Now I know that y'all couldn't see on the screen what I was reading because the thing was in the way, but I'm gonna go back to it, so don't worry about it. I knew the boxing was coming. All right, so here we go. Man, he didn't get hit hard enough for that knee. King Academic says 40 acres would have helped. White's got 160 acres 3 years prior. Yeah, 40 acres would have helped, but what if they gave you land and you didn't know how to deal with the land to even to have it make profit for you to be able to do what you needed to do? Then you just wasted land. You might end up selling this shit, and then you're selling it dirt cheap anyway. You never know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying what we couldn't have done. We don't know. We never really got a chance. Some people got chances and then they got it taken away, but we really don't know. So what you see on the screen here is the startling revelations of Dr. Thos P. Knox. Says, Mr. Editor, your issue of the second institute contains a lengthy article to which is affixed an affidavit emanating from Dr. Knox, which I take the opportunity of noticing for the purpose of correcting some statements so manifestly untrue as to warrant the charge of absolute ignorance of maliciousness. First, monies obtained from the sales of association are paid into the hands of General Saxton. Now, General Saxton has never received a cent from the sales of this or any other association is a fact that's well known by every intelligent man in the Department of the South. As the sun shines, the consignment of his consists only in the direction of his care to better provide the prompt and sure delivery, just as dozens of us had letters and boxes directed to care. 2, they have introduced odious and northern systems of caste. They established separate schools for Negro children. The fact that the National Freedmen's Relief Association have established and sustained no schools in the Department of the South except those of the education of freedmen, which schools children of white Union refugees have attended with the colored. Very recently, a school was established exclusively for white children, but it owed its existence to private enterprise alone, the association having no more to do with it than I have with the domestic affairs of the doctor's family. A young lady whose connection with the association was severed for some reason unknown to me got up to the school for her own support. Thus is the circumstance we trust ignorantly used as the custodian of an association which maintaining nearly 70 schools in South Carolina, as has been, my bad, let me get it right. Jeez Louise, I hit the wrong button, bro. Well, man, as has been the means of teaching over 1,000 children who before the war had never seen a book to read and write. Speaking of laborers on plantations, he says, they were not allowed the $8 a month secured to them by an act of Congress. Now everyone knows there never was congressional legislation about pay for plantation labor. There never was a cent appropriated. So, ladies and gentlemen, there was a time that something was supposed to secure funds for these people that were plantation laborers. But as you just heard, there was never established, excuse me. The pay of the laborers was the result bro, this thing sucks. When I tell you it sucks, it sucks. The results of organized system of labor instituted by General Sexton for the immediate wants of the people. The cotton gathered being sold and the cotton fund paying laborers, superintendents, and all other expenses. No price for the labor was fixed by the laws of Congress. Certainly the most ignorant know this. Having noticed 3 statements which are totally false, a few words on the remainder of this solemnly affirmed article will suffice. What he says about laborers in the quartermaster's department is doubtlessly true. The responsibility, however, is on the government and not its executive office or the National Freedmen's Relief Association. In regard to giving away clothing and rations, the best friends of the freedmen of the South would never advise that it be done indiscriminately. When these people were free, the masses of them had to learn the responsibilities of freedom, to be self-reliant. Hence, their friends divided them into 2 classes, those who were self-sustaining and those who were paupers. The paupers, who were such from circumstances beyond their control, were cared for, while the only solicited for the others was to put the means of getting a living into their hands. But my patient becomes exhausted in the refutation of this ill-tempered article of the doctor's. Either one or two things is certain, that every abolitionist, white and colored, from the North, laboring in the Department of the South, is wrong, and Knox is right. Or is he wrong and they are right in the unanimously testimony they give concerning the improvement of the people, as the result of the judicious and zealous labors on the part of whose were foremost to interest themselves in their behalf? All right. That some men betray their trust. Some men who, unprincipled, oftentimes have interests of these people confided to them, is by no means surprising. Imperfections exist everywhere, this side of heaven. We beg for the reader to consider the source from whence these startling revelations come. However zealous the doctor may be as an abolitionist, his friends will testify that he is a visionary, irritable, impulsive, and great bias, and so little reflective power of mind that unfortunately he is just one of those capable of being inflicted with the mania in a given direction. My experience in the South Carolina is that he did the colored people more harm than good, unable to devise anything himself, never giving them practical advice, but forever horaging and abusing others. The colored people of the South Carolina have accumulated more property since the war commenced than an equal number of any class of immigrants to this country. The colored people accumulated more property when the war commenced than the equal number of class of immigrants to this country. That means you know who came to this country. This is yours truly, minister of the AME Church, James Lynch, letter in 1864 in Philadelphia. There's more to it as it pertains to that. And I'm not going to go through all the pages, but I'm going to get this paragraph in because I want to try to get back to why I even read this to y'all. I got to stop right here because I ain't even got this other page up right. Anyway, this is why I read this. The startling revelations from the Department of the Carolina and expose of the so-called National Freedmen's Relief Association. So there was a spectacle around this whole thing called Freedmen's Relief Association as it pertains to how dividends and things will be acquired and what the expectation of that money that I mentioned earlier, them making $8 for doing plantation labor for those who didn't know how to be free or to do their own work, the unself-reliant people, they never got paid. That's why you had many of them going back and doing slave labor. All right, so let's move on. Let's deal with the Freedmen's Bureau as it pertains to, hold on. Y'all see this bar just moving? That's because I tried to move this thing like earlier. And it just got a mind of its own. But I'm trying to, all right, hopefully I don't move. I'm trying to expand the view. Yeah, there we go. All right. So let's get into this. What you're seeing here is an article written by someone that's very near and dear to us. And I'm gonna try to save his name from out of this article until we get done to see if y'all smart people in the chat can figure out the author of this article. Pretty crazy. So, as it pertains to the Freedmen Bureau, the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line. The relation of the darker to lighter races of men in Asia and Africa and in America and the islands of the sea. It has been a phase of this problem that caused the Civil War. And however much they who marched south and north in 1861 may have fixed the technical points of union and local autonomy, as is Shibboleth, all nevertheless knew, as we know, that the question of Negro slavery was deeper cause of the conflict. Curious it was, too, how this deep question ever forced itself to the surface, despite evident disclaimer. No sooner had Northern armies touched Southern soil than this old question newly just sprang from the earth. What shall be done with the slaves? Peremptory military commands this way and that could not answer the query. The Emancipation Proclamation seemed but to broaden and intensify the difficulties. And so at last, there arose in the South a government of men. Where did it arise? In the South. A government of men called the Freedmen's Bureau, which lasted legally from 1865 to 1872, but in a sense from 1861 to 1876, and which sought to settle the Negro problems in America. United States, to be exact. It is in the aim of this essay to study the Freedmen's Bureau, the occasion of its rise, the character of its work, and its final success and failure, not only as a part of the American history, but above all as one of the most singular and interestingly of the attempts made by a great nation to grapple with the vast problems of race and social condition. No sooner had the armies East and West penetrated Virginia and Tennessee, then the fugitive slaves appeared within their lines. They came at night, when the flickering campfire of the blue host shone, like vast unsteady stars along the black horizon. Old men and thin, with gray and tufted hair, women with frightened eyes, dragging whimpering, hungry children, men and girls, stalwart and gaunt, and horde of starving vagabonds, homeless, helpless, and pitiable in their dark distress. Two methods of treating these newcomers seemed equally logical to opposite sorts of minds. Said some, we have nothing to do with slaves. Hereafter, commanded Holwick, no slaves should be allowed to come into your lines at all. If any come without your knowledge, when owners call for them, deliver them. But others said, we take a grain of fowl. Why not slaves? Whereupon Fremont, as early as August 1861, declared the slaves of Missouri rebels free. Such radical action was quickly countermanded, but at the same time, the opposite policy could not be enforced. Some of the black refugees declared themselves freedmen. Others showed their masters had deserted them, and still others were captured with forts and plantations. Evidently, too, slaves were a source of strength to the Confederacy and were being used as laborers and producers. They constitute a military resource, wrote the Secretary of War in 1861, and being such that they should not be turned over to the enemy is too plain to discuss. So, the tone of the army chiefs changed. Congress forbid the renditions of fugitives. Became a steady stream which flowed faster as the armies marched. Then the long-headed man with a care-chiseled face who sat in the White House saw inevitable and emancipated the slaves of the rebels of the New Year's of 1863. A month later, Congress called earnestly for the Negro soldiers, whom the Act of July of 1862 had half-grudgingly allowed to enlist. Thus, the barriers were leveled, and the deed was done. The stream of the fugitives swelled into a flood of anxious officers kept inquiring. What must be done with the slaves arriving almost daily? Am I to find food and shelter for women and children? It was the Pierce of Boston who pointed out the way, and thus became, in a sense, the founder of the Freedmen's Bureau. Being specially detailed from the ranks to care for the freedom at Fortress Monroe, the afterward founded the celebrated Port Royal experiment and started the Freedmen's Aid Societies. Let me pause real quick. I'm not the smartest, but is that Dr. Clark? No. Or Gerald Horn? No. Keisha said, nope, I think it's W.E.B. Du Bois. Possibly Martin Abbott. Y'all gonna see. I'm glad y'all thinking about it though. Being specially detailed from the ranks to care for the freedom at Fortress Monroe, he afterward founded the celebrated Port Royal experiment and started the Freedmen's Aid Society. Thus, under the timid treasurer officials and bold army officers, Pierce's plan widened and developed. At first, the able-bodied men were enlisted as soldiers or hired as laborers. The women and children were herded into central camps under guard, and superintendents of contrabands multiplied here and there. Centers of mass freedmen arose as Fortress Monroe in Virginia, Washington, D.C., Beaufort and Port Royal, South Carolina, New Orleans, Louisiana, Vicksburg and Corinth, Mississippi, Columbus, Kentucky, Cairo, Illinois, and elsewhere, and the army chaplains found here new and fruitful fields. Then came to the Freedmen's Aid Societies, born of a touching appeals for the relief and the help from the centers of distress. There was the American Missionary Association, sprung from the Amistad, and now full grown for work, the various church organizations, the National Freedmen's Relief Association, the American Freedmen's Union, the Western Freedmen's Aid Commission, and all 50 or more active organizations which sent clothes, money, school books, and teachers southward. All they did was needed for the destitution of freedmen was often reported as too appalling for belief. And the situation was growing daily worse than better. And daily too. And it seemed more plain that it was no ordinary matter of temporary relief, but a national crisis. For here loomed the labor problem of vast dimensions. Masses of Negroes stood idle, or if they worked spasmodically, were never sure of pay. And if perchance they received pay, squandered the new thing thoughtlessly. In these and in other ways were camp life and the new liberty demoralizing the freedmen. The broader economic organizations thus clearly demanded sprang up here and there as accident and local conditions determined. Here again, Pierce Port Royal, plan of lease plantations and guided workmen pointed out the rough way. In Washington, the military governor, at the urgent appeal of the superintendent, often confiscated estates to the cultivation of the fugitives, and there in the shadow of the dome gathered black farm villages. General Dix gave other estates to the freedmen of Fortress Monroe, and so on through the South. The government and the benevolent societies furnished the means of cultivation, and the Negro turned again slowly to work. The systems of control thus started rapidly grew here and there into strange little governments like the General's Bank of Louisiana, with its 90,000 black subjects and 50,000 guided laborers, and its annual budgets of 100,000 or more. It made out 4,000 payrolls, registered all freedmen, inquired into grievances, and redressed them, laid and collected taxes, and established a system of public school. So too, Colonel Eaton, the superintendent of Tennessee and Arkansas, ruled over 100,000, leased and cultivated 7,000 acres of cotton land, and furnished food for 10,000 paupers. In South Carolina was General Sexton, with his deep interest in black folk. He succeeded Pierce and the treasurer officials and sold fortified estates, leased abandoned plantations, encouraged schools, and received from Sherman, after terrible picturesque march to the sea, thousands of the rich camp followers. I'm going to tell y'all who it is. Smoke, chitlin, boy, you crazy. But it's not Martin Abbott. Rule them out too. 3 characteristic things one might have been in Sherman's raid through Georgia, which threw the new situation in deep and shadowy relief. The conqueror and the conquered, and the Negro. Some see all significance in the grim front of the destroyer, and some in the bitter sufferers of the lost cause. But to me, neither soldier nor fugitive speaks with so deep as a meaning as the dark and the human cloud that clung like the remorse of the real those swift columns, swelling at the times to half their size, almost engulfing and choking them. In vain were their orders back, in the vain were the bridges hewn from beneath their feet. On their trudge and writ and surge until they rolled in the savannah and starved the naked horde of tens of thousands. There too came the characteristic military remedy, the island from Charleston south, and the abandoned rice fields along the rivers for 30 miles back from the sea, and the country boarding of the St. Johns River, Florida, are reserved and set apart for the settlement of Negroes, now made free by act of war. So read the celebrated field order. I'm going to pause real quick. So basically, this is W.E.B. Du Bois. He is telling you how the Freedmen's Bureau came to be, and he's walking you through that time lapse of how things transpired over time. And as it gradually grows and grows, and he gives it more insight. But this article is directly from W.E.B. Du Bois. So this keeps y'all from speculating in the chat. Now, I paused that to say this. We know that this institution was formed as an assisted aid, or what Reggie would call, what was he calling it? What was Reggie calling this shit? It's like government assistance. He was calling it SNAP benefits. You see, it pretty much free lunch, school, etc. So he was calling it welfare. Basically, a system of welfare was in place. I mean, if you look at it in that sense, Reggie could be right based on how morally how it worked. But that's pretty much it. But I want to give y'all some more of this, but I don't want to take y'all too far there. Because W.E.B. Du Bois gets long-winded in this article right here. But there's some data in here that was significant as it pertains to y'all want to use the name Freedmen. You know. And I might come back to that. So again, I want to take y'all to another place where you can obtain primary sources regarding certain periods. And if you look over here to the left, we have from 1607 all the way up into the Civil War. And after the war, we have additional information that will be appropriated, especially for your African-American history, which I'm going to click on this and show you this in a second. But here's detailed information right here. We don't need to make up shit. It's right here at our fingertips. We just got to know how to access the data to be able to help. So there's a painting of the Armistead at sea The Hypocrisy of American Slavery by Frederick Douglass. The Detroit Race Riots. Aboard the Underground Railroad. Watch this. I'm going to have to fix it. I fix it, but hold on. Abolition of the 13th Amendment. Africa. What? Africa. What? Y'all heard what I just said? Y'all heard what I just said, right? Africa. Focus. Sights and sounds of the continent. Africa. Come on, man. Why would they put this as a in this our history? Let me help y'all out real quick. So this is here for a reason, and these are African American history primary sources. If our black ass has been here, these Europeans have no problem in telling us that. Look at the stuff. Look at the list. Everything you want to know, bro, as it pertains to what's been maintained and available to us, is here, bro. We don't have to make things up. There's linked data regarding all this information. It is there. Your Africanness is not hidden. It's not hidden. It's just somewhere where your ass ain't gonna look. Smoke ate a possum yesterday. He said, I got to get a soundboard. What I need a soundboard for? So I can drop them the explosion buttons or something? Or do that? Make that noise? Y'all crazy. Show y'all this. U.S. Department of Interior. We don't know how long this shit's going to be available to you, but you can search African American newspapers, series 1 and 2 from 1827 to 1998. If you had a log on, trifling motherfuckers say you need a log on. They ain't getting it to you for free. Yep, they gotta have a log on. But anyway, what's in here? American Indians in the American West, Black Studies and Video Collection. All this stuff is going there, bro. Listen, they know goddamn well you ain't no Indian, bro. They know that shit for a fact. All right, I got let me get through something else real quick, and then I got a couple more things to go, and we can open the floodgates. This is a white man's government. Ladies and gentlemen, this was dropped at September 5th, 1868, page 568. This was during the era of Reconstruction. This appeared in the Harper's Weekly. This is a white man's government. Who they standing on? Who y'all think they standing on right now? What's up, Sister India? All right, so I'm not going to read all this to you, man, but we need to make some shit clear. We might be arguing with people online, and we might be in the middle of this whole Trump era bull junk, but this is a white man's government. Has been, always will be, and will remain. We just play a role in their government. So earlier I showed y'all other sourced information which provides, but this is the African American Odyssey, a quest for full citizenship. This deals with Reconstruction and its aftermath, and it provides essential information with several source indicators that will walk you through history. And each one of these tabs that are listed here, I'm showing you tools right now, just so we don't get it confused. Resourceful tools that can prove your Africanness, because there's no resourceful tool that tells you that you're a goddamn Abo. Excuse me, my Spanish. Forever Free. And all of these are depicting things that we went through during this period of justification, but we've never lost our Africanness. We were not out here running around calling ourselves freedmen and all this other shit that y'all want to try to hang on to make a political statement. Everybody should be familiar with the Black Exodus to Kansas. If you watched my presentation about my Black History presentation on Nashville, part of that whole freaking Kansas thing comes up into that shit as well. Ho for Kansas. That's right. Exodusers. In 1890, the African American population distribution. As stated, we know who the hell we are. We know who we are. There's too much resources out here. Another tool, the African American mosaic, migrations, deal with that. We talking emancipation. We talking a particular area. They wasn't calling themselves freedmen or freed women. They wasn't running around doing none of that. We knew our Africanness, hence we named churches, banks, stores. So what the hell is up with this whole thing about changing names? Hold on before I get into this. One second. Let me do this right now. Hold on, y'all. Give me one moment. One moment to fix this here. Pure Black said Indians are from India until Columbus accidentally stumbled up on America. Change that shit. Hit the like button, by the way. I ain't been on 104 minutes giving y'all number factual information. Hit the like button. Three formerly enslaved people discuss their names and changes they underwent after emancipation. Facing history and ourselves. This is primary source information. Look, the Reconstruction era primary sources. Anytime I'm showing y'all shit on the screen, bro, it's gonna be primary. It's gonna be primary. I'm not gonna sit here and make up no story. What up, Ogun? I'm not gonna sit here and make up no story. We're gonna deal with people during the time frame helping us out, figure this shit out. Like why we did this, why we did that, what's all this about? So let me help y'all out. After emancipation, Many formerly slaves adopted new names and surnames. They did so to either take on a surname for the first time or to replace a name or a surname given to them by their former master. Here, 3 different former slaves discuss their names and the changes they underwent after emancipation. In 1930s, ex-slave Martin Jackson explained why he chose his last name after emancipation. The master's name was usually adopted by a slave after he was set free. This was done more because it was the logical thing to do and the easiest way to be identified than it was through affection for the master. Also, the government seemed to be in an almighty hurry to have us get names. We had to register as someone so we could be citizens. Well, I got to thinking about all the slaves that was going to take the name Fitzpatrick. I made up my mind. I'd find me a different one. One of my grandfathers in Africa was called JCO. And so I decided to be Jackson. What up? What up? Dick Lewis, Barnett, and Phyllis Fry were African-American veterans of the Union Army during the Civil War. 1911, Barnett and Fry's widow, Molly, both applied to pensions for the government. This financial assistance was available for the Civil War veterans and their families. However, many African Americans faced a problem when they applied for their pensions. After the war ended and slavery was abolished, they exercised their freedom by changing their names. This meant that Army records documented their service with their old names instead of the new ones. In order to receive the pension decade later, these former soldiers and their family members had to demonstrate to the government that they were who they claimed to be. The following documents are excerpts from the government records in which Dick Barnett and Molly Smith Russell explained when they changed their names. I'm not going to go through this because many of y'all should probably already know about motherfuckers changing their names and trying to get the check. But of course, I left all of this for y'all in the description. Changing names. Come on, bro. Y'all want to see it? I'll show y'all. It's a Google Doc. There you go. So that's a little bit of information right there that I wanted to get out there as it pertains to a wider conversation that we're going to get into a little bit later on at dealing with this whole what do we want to call ourselves type shit. I pinned a link in the chat. And all I showed y'all today was our Africanness at work, our genius at work, and our existence at work as it pertains to a particular area in a particular era of us identifying with our Africanness and moving forward in that. Many of you say that you ain't African. Say you've been here. I say, where's your evidence? Grandma said ain't evidence. YK taught you that. Shabaka says, and we gotta rub our head a little bit before we read this. The man says America is a European settler colony. Okay. The first African here was the first Pan-Africanness. We'll always be proud of our African ancestors and Africanness. Stone cold African to the bone. There was a person here that asked me about the link earlier in the chat, so I wanted to make sure that I provided that. I don't think this person is no longer here, but it was the United States of Africa TV. You can join the panel, but I'm looking for any person who claims to be an American, indigenous, Aboriginal, that is Black Indian. You're more than welcome to hit the link. I'm looking for you. Let's have a conversation. Mano y mano. Man to woman or woman to man. Let's have it. Let's have it. While we're waiting, though, remember I put a link to a book. It's called "Been in the Storm." Been in the storm so long. You can download it. You know what I'm saying? I put it in the chat. Those of you who are just joining, I'm gonna drop it again. Make sure y'all get that. It's available to you right there. Boom, bam. And while we're doing that, though, I am going to unshare. Put this up real quick. I'm gonna put this other part of this video up while I'm waiting on somebody brave enough to step up, and we're gonna talk about we're gonna deal with this lecture by Jason J. Battles, and he talks about the Freedmen's Bureau in Alabama from 1865 to 1867. We ain't gonna get into all of it, but we're gonna get into a little. Hold on one moment. Yeah, this is Alabama. Because remember, we were talking freedmen shit, it's gonna be for just the people in the South. So now we secluded the other parts of the people there well. There's no sound yet.
Thank you very much, Jalen. I'd like to thank the Alabama Department of Archives and History for having me here today. It's always good to come home to Alabama. I will say that a lot of the research that I'm going to talk about today was done here in the archives, and it has been a few years since I've been here. I haven't had an opportunity to see the new edition until today, which is very impressive. But I have to say that the research I have done here and the work that the people do here is extremely important. I would not have been able to complete this work, and you wouldn't be hearing me talk about it today if it wasn't for the people who work here and all the great things that they do to preserve our history. So I want to start by just saying a little bit about what the Freedmen's Bureau is and why I was interested in researching this period. I always find it interesting in talking to historians or anyone who does research into what kind of motivated them to study that particular period. So the Freedmen's Bureau is officially known as the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, and it was established in March of 1865, so even a few months before all of the troops in all theaters surrendered at the end of the Civil War. So it was designed really to help Blacks transition from slaves to freedmen. It had kind of broad-reaching powers. And what makes it interesting to me as a researcher is the fact that this was really the first time that the federal government tried to institute what I think today we would call a social welfare program of some sort to try to help Blacks in that transition. But you also have to remember this is also an extremely unique period of time. Never in our history since have we had anything like the Civil War, in which you have an entire section of the country that has been ravaged by war, in which a system, an economic system, the agrarian system, plantation system, upon which much of the South is based, is completely undone. And then you have an occupying force and Union forces here in the state. And so everything is different and everything has changed, and it creates a very interesting time. And as we've concluded now with this year, the 150th anniversary of the Civil War, now we kind of transition into the 150th anniversary of the Reconstruction period. So as was mentioned earlier, the research I've done actually appeared in the Yellowhammer War, which if you have not seen it, this is a copy of it, is a wonderful work. There's some wonderful authors and historians from the state who've contributed to it. I was just privileged to have the opportunity to be able to add my name to that list. And again, so First, we'll have a little timeline of 1865 here, just to kind of give you some perspective of how quickly things moved that year. So the Freedmen's Bureau is actually established on March 3rd. So a little bit over a month before Lee surrendered at Appomattox. Mobile falls right in between that period and Lincoln's assassination. Taylor surrendered, this is Confederate General Taylor, surrendered to E.R.S. Canby. I believe I have a picture of Canby coming up here, who was the Union general who had captured Mobile. And Citronelle is just north of Mobile, for those of you not familiar with that area of Alabama. And so this was kind of one of the last major forces east of the Mississippi to surrender. And then Governor Parsons, Lewis Parsons, was named the provisional governor of Alabama by President Andrew Johnson. And so he would essentially manage Alabama, govern Alabama, if you will, until December, until the first elected legislature was seated at that time. And then in July, right about this time, honestly, in the second half of July of 1865, so very poignant to have me here at this time, General Swain arrived in Montgomery, and Brigadier General Swain was the first commissioner of the Bureau in Alabama. And then August 30th, we have, and we'll talk about General Orders number 12, which is really about labor contracts and such. And then Parsons leaves and Patton is inaugurated in December. So the Bureau was founded again in March of 65. The one and only commissioner, national commissioner of the Bureau, was Major General Oliver Otis Howard, O.O. Howard. Howard served with Sherman and the Army of the Tennessee in their march through Georgia and up into the Carolinas. He was also known as the Christian General. He was a very pious man, a very reflective and theological man, and tried his best to do and to exemplify that behavior in his religion in his behavior throughout the war. And when he was named the commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau, he was looking for like-minded individuals to run the state commissions. And so the way the Freedmen's Bureau was organized is that you had a national commissioner, and then each state had their own commissioner. And so he happened to have served with, with Brigadier General Wager T. Swain in Georgia and in the Carolinas. And so he saw Swain as kind of a like-minded individual. And Swain was the son of a U.S. Supreme Court Justice, Noah Swain. He was from Ohio. He was from a very affluent family. And this is one of the things where past historians have kind of said, well, this is evidence that Swain was really kind of detached from the issues going on in Alabama, and that he really was unable to kind of relate back to the freedmen and helping them because he was, this affluent northerner. But really, as you'll see in what I'll discuss here today, is that Swain really tried to do the best he could in a very difficult situation. And I always think it's good to kind of put ourselves in the perspective, in the shoes of what was going on at the time. And, you really can't overemphasize the state of Alabama at the end of the Civil War. It wasn't like Virginia, and it wasn't like other states that saw a lot more warfare, but a lot of the war came late to this state. Croxton's raid was in 1865 that burned the University of Alabama. Wilson's raid, which came through Selma, took Selma and the ironworks there, came through Montgomery in 1865. The fall of Mobile right at the very end of the war. So you have a lot of troop activity at the end. Now, it doesn't compare to what happened in other areas of the South, but you have a lot happening right as the war is ending and transitioning. And so what you have immediately is kind of this vacuum of power, because the government has fallen, the South has lost. There's no government yet. The provisional government hasn't been set up for Lewis Parsons. He's coming take over. Swain has been nominated, has been appointed as the commissioner for Alabama for the Bureau, but he's not actually here yet. So the people that are here are, back to General Canby, who's in the Mobile area because he's accepted Taylor's surrender and he's there. So the way this starts out is actually Canby sends a couple of his lieutenants up to Montgomery to kind of run the Bureau until Swain can arrive. And those are Thomas Conway and Charles Buckley. Buckley is kind of an interesting character because, one, he's one of the first people to start registering freedmen contracts, which is going to be a big part of what the Bureau does in those early years. The other thing is that he later would become actually the freedmen education superintendent. So he would help with freedmen schools throughout much of the Reconstruction period. So Buckley's kind of an interesting side character in this story. So in looking kind of a little bit at back at Swain and Swain's leadership, as I said, although he was affluent, he was very pragmatic, and he really tried to do the best he could in a very difficult situation. The post-war conditions, destitution was widespread. So most people think, well, so slavery is over, but it has an impact across the state on everyone in the state. So you have issues with starvation, you have issues with the freedmen who were formerly slaves are being thrown off the plantations. What do? We haven't really instituted this contract system yet. And so there's just a tremendous amount of upheaval. And then you have this vacuum of power. So Parsons really hasn't gotten established with the provisional government. Swain's not here. Union forces are very scattered, so they really can't kind of manage things. And so you have vigilante justice, you have violence across the state, and you have a lot of things going on there. And this kind of vacuum before the Bureau and for the provisional government really kind of comes online later in the summer. So what happened first, and one of the big things that was, I think, extremely important, was really trying to get the contract system worked out. Why this is important is because this is an agrarian society. It's based upon farming. And so you really have to have people to farm. And so that's really based upon the fact that you have some type of agreements between these people, because they're not slaves anymore, as to how to make this work. And so the Freedmen's Bureau really was very interested in, one, recording all labor contracts. And this is kind of a big deal, because this isn't just about a farmer and their former slave kind of working out some agreement and maybe verbally. This is about writing it down. If it's going to last for more than 30 days, it's got to be in written form, and it's got to be on file with the Bureau. This is part of General Orders number 12 that comes out in August 30th of 1865. And is a big part of the early days of the Bureau and a big part of their work early on. It's really to try to stabilize the situation, be sure that farms are operating, food is being produced, cotton is being produced, all those things are continuing on. So the biggest issue for Swain is that when he got here, as I said, Union forces were scattered. The Bureau was an arm of the War Department, and it was unfunded its first year, go figure. And so it was operating within the War Department. And so all the officers within the Bureau were Union officers, or former Union officers who had recently just left service. And so what you have is really not a lot of forces. A lot of the Union officers had mustered out, they'd returned north. And so there was really a skeleton crew kind of operating things once you get into late summer of 65. So Swain really didn't have a lot of people to help him do all of this work. And he had about 450,000 freedmen in which his Bureau was trying to work with and trying to help and assist. And he had only 4 agencies really in the largest cities, in Montgomery and Mobile and Huntsville. The priorities he set were really to try to figure out, how am I going to accomplish improving the freedman status with nobody really to do it? How am I going to help as far as giving them, testimony in court, the right to fairly negotiate a contract, and some of these kind of basic.
Hey, real quick, Joseph, you were the same dude that said that that y'all don't know nothing about being Africans. I do believe, or was that Sachi? You or Sachi was loud and proud about people in Alabama not knowing shit about Africa, that they didn't start hearing that until online. So, speaking in reference to why I'm playing this today, this is for you and Certified Sachi. You both align. I almost cussed you out. Both of y'all are liars. Based on the Alabama Department of Archives and History, which houses primary documents about the entire state of Alabama. That's the reason, that's the number one reason why I'm even allowing listening to this right now, because this dude is absolutely slow walking us all the way up into the Freedmen's Bureau. And what he does this entire lecture is he tries to highlight these generals during these times, and then these other little estimates of things in his lecture, because he's got to highlight white people during this lecture in front of a group of white people. Anyway, about the Freedmen's Bureau, which is dedicated to blacks. But anyway, all this African history, because it ain't black history. Black history is African history. You liars think that you are indigenous to these places, and you just said that you were in Mobile, Alabama, without a goddamn ounce of evidence to your name, claiming to be an indigenous to there, or always being there, to not know nothing about Africa. You was a freaking liar, man. If we just deal with the Alabama Department of Archives, you mother folks can't get around that. So I'm gonna skip ahead.
So again, in 1865, the Bureau's power was such that this was pretty easy. All the judicial appointments in the provisional government of Parsons, they had to accept black testimony, although there were issues, as there are in any place, with this not always happening, and Swain writing letters to judges saying, no, you do have to accept testimony in these cases. But the best example actually is from Mobile. The wartime mayor of Mobile, R.H. Slough, who ruled Mobile during the Civil War, was—
Listen to this. Just because you said you in Mobile, that's why I did this. Just because you in Mobile, listen to what this dude about to say.
Still the mayor of Mobile at the end of the war. And he had refused to have courts in the city of Mobile accept black testimony, but it was a little worse than that. He had also set curfews for the freedmen. He had also prevented them from assembling. He had also kind of regulated what contracts they could sign and could not sign. So he really was running contrary to everything that the Bureau was trying to do. But he was a state official. He was not a member of the Bureau. So how does Swain deal with this? Again, he has a very good partner in Parsons. And so he actually worked with Parsons on, how do we deal with Slough? How do we get things to change in Mobile? Because things are not good. The freedmen are not happy. The situation is such that he's running counter to what we're trying to achieve. And so there's a series of letters that go back and forth between Swain and Parsons and Slough about what's happening in Mobile. And if you'll indulge me for a second, there's a piece of this I'd like to read. And this is Swain writing to Governor Parsons about this. Some days since I had the honor to call your attention to the published instructions of the mayor of Mobile to his chief of police, denying to the free colored people of that city the right to peaceably assemble and of choosing a plan of habitation and industry. Since that time, the course of that officer has been in progressive violation of the policy and orders of the President of the United States. In a formal decision, he has announced that the Negro cannot sue, though he can be sued, cannot testify, although he can be testified against, and that he has no greater civil rights than under the slave code. So this is how Swain is kind of seeing the situation in Mobile. And so he's like, this cannot stand this way. So what he does is, working with Parsons, Parsons agrees that, I'm the provisional governor and we're going to essentially replace Slough. He will not agree to what we've done. I'm going to send— the governor is sending his adjutant general down to Mobile with 2 appointments for mayor. So essentially Slough's not agreeing, and so they're going to replace him. And the person who ended up accepting the position was actually the first person they'd offered it to, who was John Forsyth, who was a prominent Mobile figure during the Civil War and post-Civil War era. He was a Douglas Democrat, also voted against secession, but he was also very well respected among the freed people in Mobile. And so this was actually seen, and we look at the newspapers at the time. The newspapers are always a great indicator of what's kind of trends and what's happening. They may not always be truthful, but they at least tell you kind of where the story is going, where they're trying to shape the story. And so in 65, they actually, the Montgomery Advertiser did a story on the replacement of Slough by Forsyth, and recognized that it was wise for him to accept. He should have accepted Freedmen testimony, and that it was better that he do that rather than have the establishment of Freedmen courts. So there was kind of this fear that Freedmen courts would arise. There would be this secondary tribunal. And so, hey, we need to play nice, and we need to work with the Bureau and with the provisional governor in order to accept testimony is not not worth kind of this large of a fight. So even though SLAO was replaced, the issue of black testimony was not really completely settled because, again, the state is in such a condition that it's difficult to reach out to all corners of the state and be sure the judges are actually admitting black testimony in their court cases. And so this is kind of an ongoing effort that Swain and Parsons tried to accomplish throughout the period of the provisional government.
One more time. This dude's name is Jason Battles. He is talking about the Freedmen's Bureau in Alabama, but he is mainly highlighting these white people that are running certain parts of the institutions in Alabama versus everything. And right now he is talking about the black testimony and how this particular person would allow or would not allow. Would allow or would not allow. And they are clearly admitting everything that needs to be admitted while trying to make themselves look good. And Parsons and all these other people that he is referring to is in his ongoing discussion is there. That's why it sounds boring as hell, because y'all are like, who the hell is these people? But his main thing was about replacing this guy named Sloth, and how Parsons was to replace Sloth and come up with provisions to allow, after the war, these slaves or these black people, these ex-slaves, to participate in explaining the things that had transpired to them in an act to move forward. What you've heard him say was, so there's something that's called the Montgomery Advertiser did a story on a replacement of Sloth before some recognized that it was wise for him to accept, he should have accepted Freedmen testimony, and that it was better that they do that rather than have the establishment of Freedmen courts. So there was a kind of fear that Freedmen courts would arise, there would be a secondary tribunal, and so, hey, you know, we need to play nice and we need to work with the Bureau, with the provisional governor in order to accept testimony. He's not worth kind of large of thought. So even though Sloth was replaced, the issue of the black testimony still remained. How simply I said that was basically what is transpiring in this way. This dude even refers to the black codes. And I love the fact that you have people here that think that they always been in Alabama. No, you ain't. Your black ass ain't always been in Alabama. Especially you. People in Mobile, bro, they were brought to, never mind, I don't want to go there. We can have a conversation about, which is a different time and place, about black people in Alabama. Because this is the first time, and I worked in Alabama for like 8 years. And this is the first time in the last few years that I've ever heard people not trying to identify with their Africanness. And I've been in every backwood up and down that state. I've been as far as West Hamilton, in Hamilton. I've been in Andalusia. I've been in Piedmont. I've been in Jacksonville. I've been in Dothan. I've been in Evergreen, Bruton, Mobile, Tallahassee. I've been, it's right off 82. I've been in Jasper. I've been in sundown towns in Alabama where we closed our business at 6 p.m. to beat the sun from going down. Everywhere I went in Alabama, from east to west, north to south, and central, all of them got African history all over it. Them slave plantations, them big ass fields full of cotton, especially around Mobile. And you finna tell me that your black mobilish ass ain't African? What I was saying? You see how he ain't in the chat no more. Then you got this dumbass other dude in the chat. Weird, bro. Weird, bro. Who talked about his people in Florida, from Florida, that he's kin to somebody he ain't kin to, and they migrated up out of Florida. Guess where they end up at? Guess what route they take? They got to come through Alabama. They got to come through Mississippi. They got to come through Texas just to get into Oklahoma. And that's a long journey. That's a long journey. So along the way, you are running into other people. You are leaving behind your DNA, traces of your DNA, and you can't even take a DNA test to claim that you're akin to these particular people. Then claiming, well, I got my people say they from South Carolina with the Cudjos and the Cujo. You can't even say Cujo right. The Cudjos and all this old extra shit. So now, let me show y'all real quick. Don't run from it.
Look at this. I'm not finna run from nothing. I just came up because you said my name.
I ain't talking to you. I ain't talking to you. Look at this black ass on here with this mouth full of gold. Straight up Alabama. Look at him. Straight up Alabama. You are Alabama.
I want to be a Huckleberry by today, bro. I want to be a Huckleberry today.
You was you all the way Alabama.
Nah, I stay in Alabama, bro. That's all I was saying. You added extra shit to the shit. I just said I'm in Mobile, Alabama. You brought up Mobile, Alabama. I was like, damn, I'm in Mobile right now.
Joseph, you indigenous to the Americas.
Oh yeah, bro. But I don't believe in that indigenous shit, bro. I've been saying that the longest. I don't believe in Indians.
So okay, hold on. So you the first people that was in the Americas.
Yeah.
When you figure that out?
Oh, bro, you know what I'm saying? I'm a Hebrew, so.
Hold on, time out. This shit getting better. Hold on. You are Hebrew.
Yeah.
You an Aboriginal Hebrew.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
And how did you find yourself being Aboriginal to this land and a Hebrew? So which one of the lost tribes?
Like I wouldn't put more, you know what I'm saying, put it as definitely, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't put it most definitely, but at the same time, I look at it as this perspective. I read the Bible and I came to the conclusion that those events in the Bible couldn't happen in the Middle East.
Okay, time out. Slow down. You said you read the Bible.
Yeah.
And due to the events that happened in the Bible, that those events could not have happened in the Middle East?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do this one at a time. Can you name one event that you're referring to that they said happened in the Middle East that could not have happened in the Middle East but happened here?
Oh, well, pretty much anything. You know what I'm saying? If the Egyptians existed or the Hebrews, they couldn't be from that part of the world.
Time out. Hold on. You said the Egyptians and the Hebrews can't be from that part of the world.
No.
So you're saying that the Egyptians are the Americans?
I mean, from my perspective, Egypt is something Greek, a Greek word. So I wouldn't prefer as Egypt. But from everybody understanding, I'm just gonna call it as Egypt. But we know the Egypt as you speaking of, just picture it being in America, not in Africa.
So where is it then in America?
You know, the Egyptian had a lot of territory. I ain't even really trying to get down and breaking all that down, but I just came up here though because you said my name a few times, like I'm scared or something. You know, your little fan club.
Scared. So,
but, that's just my perspective.
I need your help though.
From a geography standpoint,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying. It's just not possible for that magnitude of a civilization to live in the desert.
What you mean?
Don't you
know you gotta get on a plane, bro, and fly thousands of miles to get to ancient Kemet?
But I mean, even the people today, they only live in that area due to modern technology and a lot of aid from the governments that they, you know what I'm saying, that they friends with. But if not, you know what I'm saying, they'll probably be worse than they is now.
No, but I'm still taken back from when you said that the events in the Bible could not have happened in that area or part of the.
Even though from like from archaeology standpoint, you know what I'm saying, it just there is no evidence of it on that side of the world.
All right, so I don't want you to take offense to this when I ask you this question, but I gotta ask you this question. What's the highest level of education you've completed?
I'm gonna be honest to you that I'm not educated. You know what I'm saying? I come from the streets, so
I'm gonna
be honest with you.
Nah, but hold up, but you can learn a lot of shit in the street.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, my journey started about, you know what I'm saying, 8 years ago. You know what I'm saying? I just from Malcolm X, you know what I'm saying, just listening to him, and then, you know what I'm saying, it just took me on this journey. But I like I say, I ain't the traditional, you know what I'm saying, Aboriginal. They be like, oh, we ain't Africans. I know that we do have family in Africa. I waiting on you, bro. You can clown me, bro. I'm gonna be your huckleberry today.
Nah, bro. Nah. I just realized something.
What?
I'm not even gonna do you like that, bro.
Do it.
Nah. I'm not. Because
I'm waiting on you. I want all of it.
No. It's not your.
Having a bad day. I want all of that.
Nah, bro. It's not your fault. Your ignorance is not your fault.
My ignorance.
Yeah, it's not your fault.
I mean,
I'm not saying ignorance. Listen, when I say ignorance, I'm not saying ignorance in a derogatory term. I'm saying
I get what you're saying. Like I say, you could be right. I'm not the most educated brother. So you know what I'm saying? These is all what came to me. You know what I'm saying? And I came to this conclusion.
Okay, so what in America has been shown to you? What evidence in America has been shown to you that Egypt is in America?
Oh, well, no, we got like a lot of Egyptian, you know what I'm saying, artifacts in America. Plenty of that. You already know that. And just, you know, I believe the mound builders is the Egyptian civilization.
Time out. Do you not know that we have the DNA on the mound builders as well? And
but like DNA.
Hold on. But the Egyptians were articulate. A lot of them were literate. They thrived on literacy, which means they had society that developed writers and a writing system that goes on for thousands of years. We don't have none of the writings or writing systems here. And then any of the events in the Bible, we don't have any archaeological evidence in the Americas that would attest that these events in the Bible actually happened in the Americas. So what I'm trying to get from you is who taught.
But Sean P, did you read the book, bro?
Who taught you that?
I'm just saying, did you read the book, and
Yes.
did you
Where
come from the perspective of applying it to the Middle East?
Yeah, well, first of all, the Bible is written by several authors. It's not one author, and all of these authors are ascribed to be in different parts of the regions in their communicative thought in what is published in what we have in the biblical terms. I ain't here to do Sunday school. It's not my thing. I keep it short and skinny on the whole Hebrew arguing shit. I don't get into any of the fantasy shit. But what I am saying is, the only point that I would give you about Hebrews in America is the Hebrew Israelite community, which is established today and known to us as a cult. Was established.
I'm not part of the Hebrew Israelite community.
Okay, all right, but
you already know that.
That's a New York company. But what I'm saying to you is, when you said evidence was not in the Middle Eastern area and that it was here in the United States, there's no evidence that would substantiate the biblical narratives that we can prove throughout history with archaeological record happened in the Americas. We don't know where to go. You're going to take me to Utah? You're going to take me to the Grand Canyon?
But you already know that.
Pseudo.
You already know that.
But both of those are pseudo and have been disproven.
I'm not from. I don't from. Let me see. A geography standpoint, you know what I'm saying? It just stands out.
Okay, so let me ask you this. I mean, have you been outside of Alabama?
Nah, but I like to use like
no.
Earth and shit like that. But I don't.
You never been to Tennessee, Georgia?
Oh yeah, bro. I've been to New Orleans, all that.
That's what I'm saying. So you've been to New Orleans. Where else you been?
Huh?
Where else you been besides New Orleans, Louisiana?
Tennessee, Arkansas, Kentucky, Florida. Pretty much all the South, Georgia, the whole South.
So you just been primarily in the South. So you never been to Utah, California, Nevada?
No.
Okay.
But we got technology these days that we don't have to really visit. We can go to those places without leaving our house.
Absolutely. So without leaving your house and going to those places, have you ever looked for the evidence in those areas that would substantiate that based on primary research from archaeologists?
Well, I haven't did it, but other people did it, and it hasn't been a lot of research on America on that specific topic. But if we apply the geography of the Bible, what it talks about, the rain, the snow, and all those things, that's not Middle Eastern.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
No. What you have when you talking about rain, you have rain over there. When you talk about snow, that's more northern. You have snow in those areas because it's European places further away from the equator that's going to give you those climatic conditions that can be created and recreated. You have storms in all of those natures. So you can't say that. But I'm gonna come back to you real quick.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you to leave. I just got Elijah on the panel. He may have a question for you, or I might need to answer something for him real quick, and then we can go get back to Hebrews in America.
No, you did say one thing, bro. So you honestly believe that the people of America were savages?
I don't believe that the people of America were savages, because if you're using that sense, you're using that word, then
I'm saying the way that the colonizers.
Exactly. That's my point. No. Because who these people always deemed as savages was a cultural thing. So if you didn't have the same cultural identity or continuity as these people that came to the Americas, they would deem you savages. They would only deem you savages because they're trying to spread their religion. And that was used as a tool. They do not practice our religion. They do not live in the way that we live. So they would deem you a savage. They did the shit to the whole continent of Africa. So no, these people had their own way of life, and they civilized themselves and did things accordingly to how their natural environment intended for them to do. But hold on real quick. I'm gonna come back to your other question. Elijah, what's up, bro?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good, my West African brother.
Yeah,
What's good with you?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm fine.
What's
I don't
what
know if I'm.
you
I
got
don't know
questions?
if I'm allowed. No, I just don't know if I'm allowed to join in the conversation.
Yeah, what you got to say? What's your take?
Yeah. Look. I believe Black America. They should. I mean, if you came from Africa, you know Black America. They came from Africa. You can see. I mean, you can see not only by look, but even the manner and then the linguistic is there, especially mainly Caribbean because of Black America. If you go to Ibanic, yes, you can find many African words. All right. Even myself, I found my last name in slave Aka. My last name,
Okay, so
you know.
hold on. So Elijah, so are you
Yes,
you coming up here to let us know about the Africanness in America?
yes,
Okay,
in
all
Black.
right. Hold on. So Elijah, I gotta pause you real quick. I gotta pause you real quick, and I gotta bring up Cyber Gullah.
Well, go on.
And I knew who it
Cyber
was.
Gullo.
We got Gullah in the building. We're
What's
going.
happening? Well, go on. What's up, everybody?
My bad. I meant to click you up a little bit earlier.
It's
So
all
hold on.
good.
So what we got here is our brother Joseph says that he is a Hebrew and that he's been in the Americas, and all the biblical stories in the Bible couldn't have happened in the Middle East. They could have only happened in the Americas. Now he says he ain't one of them people that thinks that he's an Indian. He's not that. But he's saying he is indigenous to the Americas and his people have been here, and that them people in that Bible all here. The Egyptians and the Hebrews are I think you got me on speaker. Joseph. I'm gonna mute you just for a second. But the Hebrews and the Egyptians that are in that book that they talking about are all in America. This is a different argument. It ain't the argument of the slow dude in the chat who keep on trying to claim that he related to some fake Cujos that he's calling Cudjos and all that. So what you got to say about that, Gullah?
Very, very interesting. Um, I do want to ask the brother, listen, Elijah, the one that's was talking about the Africanness in America. What country you from over there, Bo? If I may ask.
Mali, Mali.
Oh shit. Okay. Much. Okay. 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 That's
Yeah,
what's up.
we can't let him talk too much, man. That's yeah.
Mhm.
From
Yeah, I'm gonna
Mali.
leave it right there. I'm gonna leave it right there.
He's from Mali. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
All right, so Joseph, let me unmute you, Joseph. And for the record, real quick. Oh, let me mute you right there. For the record, you ain't even an elbow. What's that dude name? V-Note. You ain't even an elbow. She said where the elbow's at. You gonna say I ain't letting you on stage. Ain't about letting you on stage. I'm talking to one person right now. I'm not finna let you muddy the water. Why I'm gonna let you muddy the water? We didn't beat you up enough. All right, Joseph, you got headphones on or something?
Nah, bro, I don't got no headphones on. I'm talking through my phone.
You got the TV on?
Nah, I ain't got my TV on. What's
Oh
wrong?
yeah, speaker.
I'm not sure. I guess so.
Yeah, we got like
I got echo or something.
yep.
My bad. I don't know.
I think we cool now. I don't know what you did.
I moved my phone. It was cool.
Okay. Yeah. I think it was coming. You got what you on the game?
Yeah,
Oh, you losing. What you playing?
I'm on 2K, bro.
I don't play that. All right, so yeah, so basically, Gunner, that's what we were saying, and then Elijah was coming
I
over.
let V know though, bro.
And don't worry, I'm gonna handle that business. And he ain't even in the back. And Elijah was saying that there's Africanisms in America. So what you got to say about that?
I mean, they are our relatives, and like from my perspective, life starts in America and transitions to Africa.
Hold on, time out. Hold up. Breaking news. Life starts in America and transitions to Africa. How they get to Africa?
I'm pretty sure like they sailed
Can I ask
boats.
one question? Can I ask one question?
Go ahead, Gullah. I get quiet, bro. I'm.
Hey, Joseph, what's happening with you, bro? As far as human life starting in America, can you point me somewhere where I can read that too at? What up, old girl?
Mm,
Can you hear me?
What's happening?
you know what I'm saying? That's just my perspective from the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna go to DNA because I just don't do DNA, but just from just culture and everything like that, it just seems like it starts here and goes there.
It
From
seems
my,
like it.
Hold on.
that's just the way I want to answer it, because I'm already ain't the most educated nigga for real, but at the same time, I came up here, so I'm gonna spit my spiel. But yeah, that's my perspective right there. That life starts in America. Like, could I prove it? Probably not, but that's just my perspective.
All right, then I'll leave it at that.
You say you don't believe in DNA?
I didn't say I don't believe in DNA, because I know DNA to be true, but my argument on that, it's not telling you your origins. DNA can't tell you your origins. It only can tell you the people that you related to.
Can't DNA tell you what landmass too?
Right now.
No, because
You said
those
no.
people could have been uprooted through war and transitioned to another land.
Okay, so you don't understand DNA then. Because even if somebody was at war and they got killed, or the people that got transitioned somewhere else, they're leaving DNA behind. You have to understand what DNA is, right?
But I don't just saying that's just
So
that.
earlier, and I'm not going to say what you lit, but earlier you lit something and you were smoking on something. When you finish that, it ain't all gone.
It was only a black and mild food.
No. I ain't saying. That's what I said. It don't matter what it was, bro. That's not the point. The point is that you're smoking something. But when you're done smoking it and you put it out, guess what's on that?
What's on it?
DNA, my brother.
DNA. Yeah.
Right. Hold on.
I'm not saying DNA not real though.
No. That's not my point. I'm about to make it for you so we can help you. So now, when you put that in the trash and the trash take it somewhere else, guess what's contained in that trash? And it ain't even nowhere near you no more. Your DNA. The bottles you've been drinking out of, brushing your hair, the towels, you're leaving it everywhere you go. Hair strands. It can be extracted in many forms. You're leaving it everywhere you go. So what we're saying is DNA can definitely show you in a geographical location of where you're coming from. That's why you see our story saying amalgamation of different places, because from that destined place of many different countries in Western Central Africa, where we got.
I don't want to cut you off, brother, but I got a question to ask about that.
Let me finish.
Okay.
What Elijah was trying to tell you about these Africanisms, that's why they show up. because of the amalgamation of many different Africans that were brought here through the Holocaust to the Americas. But go ahead, ask your question.
Hello.
You know, you definitely like coming up here. I'm gonna get to you in a second, B note. But that
You said I can ask you a question, brother?
Go ahead.
Like this is what I want to say. So if two different DNAs is found in the same spot, how do you determine which one is the first?
Are you asking what DNA would be older than the other DNA if you found DNA samples from two different in the same place from two different people?
Yeah, how would you determine which one is the oldest?
You got to go beyond that. So let's just say, for instance, technology has gotten us to a point to where we can map that the genome has been mapped. So now if we have the oldest, before you get the DNA, you date it. Archaeology is going to date the sediments or the evidence that is found in these sediments that has been buried. And each layer of these sediments, there's an age bracket or a range of dates from where this would actually be. So if we go and we're digging up, as an instance, a grave site.
But how do you personally how do you personally determine that it's true?
Hold on.
Because you got to believe the archaeologists interpret the data correctly.
No, that's not it. You have to cross-reference the data in order to come to an honest conclusion, meaning that the archaeologist, the one person or the two people that says this does not make it a fact. It is the methodology that goes behind the scrutiny to determine the conclusion on the data that is being interpreted in all of these statements that you're trying to ask me. So in order for me to come to an honest conclusion, it is through the collection of data, the process of data, and how it is interpreted. It ain't just one person. It is a collection of people that are involved in studies, whether they are biased or unbiased, whether they are independent, biased, and unbiased. The point is that there's always going to be independent people that have no stake in it that help separate the biasness, which you can see in most arguments, or unbiasedness in all research. Our job is to be unbiased before we come to a conclusion, not just believe for the simple fact of believing. We have to say, oh, this is bullshit first, right? I can't say it's bullshit and then try not to falsify it. I got to say, okay, this is bullshit. How is it bullshit? Now I got to demonstrate how it's bullshit. So when you ask me a question about data, it is a collection of data, not one particular thing. To answer your question, you understand through different avenues on how to come to a conclusion based on dating. What type of dating method was used to determine to give a date range for A or B, like Anzic Boy A and Anzic Boy B. And I say Anzic for a reason, because they helped map the genome in the Americas that gives us these different haplogroups of people that existed before your black ass and Vino want to be black ass in the Americas.
But
and as always stated, science's job is to falsify information. It's based on that. That's why every time new information comes about, and it is included in the theory, not excluded from the scientific theory. And the theory in science is not a goddamn guess or thought. It is an explanation of facts.
But those facts can be misinterpreted, right?
No, you can't misinterpret. Okay, unless it's by you. Because if you,
I just saying because we, as a human being, we only have limited understanding about the world itself. We don't know the world
according to
completely. So
according to our natural world,
some things
our
wrong.
Understanding of the natural world throughout our evolutionary process and our journey into today, we know a lot about our world today. But do we know everything? No, no one can profess to know everything, but there's a lot of people that know a little about this goddamn place to give us a clear example of what's going on here.
And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
You're not trying to get me to understand something that I already understand. We're talking about a subject matter which has credence and been proven. So that's why I said the scientific theory is an explanation of facts. The only way you get to a fact is if it is irrefutable. You can't get to a fact if it can be refuted. It's irrefutable evidence that makes it a scientific law. The things that we're having a conversation about, that we can prove through the scientific process, are now scientific laws. These laws continue to exist because they were never refuted in the earlier stages, and they just kept on getting stuff added on to it that made it stronger and stronger. It's just like, let's say this. You play sports. You ever play sports?
Yeah, I play sports.
What sport you play?
I play football.
Okay.
Let me say this. Let me say this. You can finish everything you're saying.
Listen to this. Listen to this. What position did you play?
I play running back.
Thank you. So as a running back, right? You're taught as a running back, all your holes, right? You know every hole and you know where the play is going. And you know what the offensive line is supposed to do on this play, the receivers, what kind of blocks they supposed to make, what your quarterback fake or whatever he gonna do out of that. But the name is if we called a play and it had a number, you know that play, right? No matter what, if we change the terminology of everything up, you still know the holes. So if a number is called, you know where the ball is supposed to go. Through that process of training, retraining, and repetition over and over and over again, it becomes second nature to you. And research is supposed to be the same way. You're supposed to work them same muscles to help you know over and over and over where the ball is supposed to go. The problem is you can't even get the handoff when it comes to this shit. Because I'm trying to break it down to you in the simplest form. And if the play is designed to go this way, it's designed to go this way for a purpose. You got to run the ball that way.
But though, sure, a lot of people say you just preach to me, but I'm gonna say this though.
Hey man, that's why I gotta talk to you. You said you're a Hebrew.
But we all know that a lot of things in science that was previously known as facts have been determined as not facts.
Okay, Paul, right? What are those things?
Well, I'm like I said, I'm not an educated brother.
But no. You can't claim something and then say, but I
have. So you honestly gonna say that things that we thought were true previously, we don't accept
what
now?
Are those things? You missing me? What are those things?
I think a lot of this shit. Well, let me say eugenics. What about eugenics?
It's a pseudoscience.
But previously,
no, ain't no previously. Eugenics has always been a
so it wasn't practiced in the scientific community.
By pseudoscience.
Those scientists did not believe it as facts.
That's how we knew it was pseudo. Because you had a particular group of people that was passing the shit off like it was science, but it was fake science, and it was people that didn't stand on the side of that. And there was a misrepresentation.
But those scientists back then would disagree with
you. You asked me a question, and I'm answering it. You said you probably eugenics. Bro, the only reason you know is fake science is because real science proved that this shit was fake science. End of story.
Oh, that end of story. I don't know, man.
Yes.
Those,
you said previously. We brought up
those qualified scientists with degrees and everything could not determine that it was fake.
Bro, do you know what science deal with?
I mean,
do you know what science deal with?
Yes, I do know what the main thing of science is observation, right?
What does science? When I say science deal with, what do you think that I am implying here? What science deal with?
You tell me. I ain't trying to play the guessing game.
Thank you. Science deals with the natural world. Anything outside of the natural world is not science. It's something else. I only deal with the natural world, bro. I'm not here for all the other shit.
I'm saying science deals with space and all kinds of different
That's
things.
the natural world.
Science is different from. Space is different from our world.
Space is our natural world. Can we see it? Yes. Do we know it exists? Yes. Do we? All these other mathematical equations that go in understanding it exist? Yes. That's what physics explains that shit. What I'm saying to you, that's dealing with our natural world. Unnatural would be some shit like V-Note about to tell us. That his family been here and he related to some shit that he ain't got no evidence for. That's unnatural.
But I had one to get on that subject.
Are you claiming that Hebrews and Egyptians is in the Americas? Yeah. And that the biblical stories in the Bible happened in the Americas. That's unnatural, bro. You can't prove it because you can't prove it. But hold on. Before you go, V-Note, Ogun, go ahead with your question, brother. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Who that is? Who you talking to? V-Note or me?
Oh, I'm talking to Ogun. His
go
mic.
ahead.
Yeah, he might have stepped away from the mic real quick though. So we're gonna get to him when he come back. Now, you can't probably see the screen because you're on the phone. Sutek in the chat said if black people came from the Americas, it would have the biggest black population. These are facts. North plus South America equals less than 200 million black people. Africa, one continent, has 980 million black people. I'm gonna mute you for that. That's a bar that you gotta understand. That's a bar. That killed V-Note already, and he ain't even said shit. Killed him, and he ain't even said shit. So for all you think Aboriginal want to be indigenous, this combo killed it. Now, I'm gonna mute you again, guys. I need to holler at V-Note. So what's up, V-Note?
Man, I see that you misrepresentate. You mislabeling me once again.
Say it with me. Misrepresentation.
Yeah, misrepresentation. You already know what you're
doing. I don't misrepresent.
Lying once again.
Never lied on you.
Prove your point.
Nah, hold on. Time out. I noticed something different. When you try to come up here the first time, you was bald headed with that patch of hair on the side. You didn't went now that you back on the panel. You didn't went and grabbed your motherfucking hat, on your head, because you didn't want me talking about your patch that you let me
I just think I look better with the hat. That's all.
Yeah, nah, nigga. You put a hat on, and then you cocked it to the back to cover up your patch and change your camera view.
No, I didn't change the camera view. Stop it, man. You know, I'm trying to be presentative to the crowd, you know. It don't matter, you know, I come with whatever I come with. It don't matter how I come. I know for real.
Put the hat back on, you look like a bum.
But just like I said, you misrepresenting what I'm saying once again. I was saying that black people was here before white people.
No, they wasn't.
Yeah, black people. So you taking it back to 18,000 and 20,000 years ago.
No, they wouldn't.
Ain't nobody even talking about that. I don't even know why y'all.
300 years. Let's go to the last 300 years. Was black people here before white people 300 years ago? Yes or no?
Yeah, it was black people here definitely.
Before white people?
Yeah.
That's a lie. Don't get quiet, nigga.
So why did they document that was what they were seeing and that was what was going on?
Who documented it? If you're gonna start the same circular argument you've been debunked on, you might as well say that shit for your
Nah, we had talked about
No, I asked you a question.
Who documented that they saw black people first when they got here?
The Spaniards.
No, the fuck they didn't.
They was the first people here, right?
No, they was not. There was people here before them. But as far as them arriving upon their arrival,
the black people
arrive here and say that they saw black people here.
So who was here before the Spaniards?
Don't ask me no questions. You the one getting asked the questions because you made the claim. I asked you, you said you keep going back 18,000. So now you just admitted that there was people already here for a long period of time and them people ain't black people. You admitted that. And for the record, I let it slide, but I'm going back to this point. You just admitted you keep going back 18,000 years. We ain't even talking about 18,000 years, Sean P. We're talking more recent times, Sean P. So in more recent times, I asked you a more recent times question. I said 300 years. Was black people here before the white people arrived? And you said yes. And then I asked you how. And then you said they wrote about it. Who is they and what did they write?
Well, I done came with numerous authors, and I also got a third source. Now I got a third source for the Panama.
No. Slow down. You ain't came with numerous authors that proved anything that you're saying. And we've went through every one of those authors. We're not finna keep on dealing with the same 3 authors and your claims on some clip note shit that you keep on trying to fucking highlight. And then when you put it in full context, they ain't saying shit you saying. So now you said you got another source. So did you drop
everything I'm saying?
Can you drop that in the private chat?
Yeah, I can drop it in a private chat, but in that same area, now they're talking to people.
Before you talk, drop your source in the private chat. Let's get to work. Come on, it's 6 of us. Let's get to work. Put your 4th source up. Let's check this new person out, this new source out. And I guarantee you, if you make the wrong mistake and put a YouTube video in there, you know what's going down.
Why you just want to play my video?
No, I'm not playing no motherfucking video, nigga. What a source at?
The source is right there on the video. I mean,
I'm
on my computer right now. I ain't got all my stuff.
You on your computer?
I mean, I go on and get it. I ain't tripping. I'm going and get it. That's why I brought it up.
Pull it up.
All right, just give me some time. Y'all talk about whatever y'all gonna talk about.
Yeah, go get that. And we come back to you.
Hey, bro, they don't do that happen every time, bro.
Every fucking time. What's up, Joseph?
I want to say though, on that shit, Vito talk about that's my dog and everything, man. But I don't believe in that shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit fake. That featherhead Indian shit fake.
Hey, nigga, hey, shout out to Joseph, man. Hey, is that my shit sounding crazy like that?
Nah, that's Joseph phone. It's feedback and it's near speaker.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, shout out to Joseph, man. Nah, we're gonna chop it up on that, man. I'm gonna go get this link though.
Now the YouTube video.
There we go. So Ogun is back. What's up, my brother?
What's that? My bad.
I was trying to let you get your question out, man. I know I fucked up and cut in on your shit.
Shit, I don't even remember now. We on something else.
No, we got Joseph back. He said that all the biblical stories happened in America. He said that Egyptians and the Hebrews in America. He said that black people populated the Americas. So Africa, they built boats to go to Africa.
I ain't even, you know what? I ain't even mad at Joseph because he ain't arrogant and he ain't disrespectful. You know, them niggas come on here. They be arrogant. They be, them niggas be goddamn burnt out, man.
Yeah, you're right though, Joseph. Yeah, he ain't that. He opposite. Yeah, he Alabama for real.
Right. So he can goddamn Joseph, man. That ain't it. It ain't, bro. Just be straight up and down with you. That ain't true.
Yeah, bro. You believe in a colonizer, bro.
Now I don't believe nobody.
Joseph, you do believe somebody, bro.
I don't believe that stuff though.
You just said all the stuff we said you said, bro. And now you don't
I
believe
asked
it.
him what information he could guide me to, and he didn't want to say the Bible, but
I know
I'm lost.
you come from people that, you know what I'm saying, y'all don't have an open mind to things. And you believe
Fine. Here we go.
you believe science is
You
You
being
lost me right.
pseudo.
You lost me already.
You
Open
being
mind. What you
pseudo
mean
now
open
because now you
mind?
saying I gotta open my mind to some shit I can't.
Like, yeah, you lost me already, dog. I'm cool. That's always gonna lead to some weirdo activity. No, regardless, bro. It's
weirdo.
gonna lead to some weirdo behavior, man. Open your mind, brother. Nah, I'm cool. I'm cool. I ain't gonna hold you,
Hey,
bro.
all
I'm
the
cool.
charlatans say that shit. All the charlatans.
I'm
Open your mind.
cool. I'm too
You can't see
cool.
the
That's
third
why I didn't even
dimension.
want to go back and forth. When you
Most
told me you couldn't prove it, I was like, hey, I ain't even want to fight with you. I can't even, I ain't no bully.
You sleep, Gullah. You can't see it because you sleep,
Shit,
Gullah.
me. I gotta be comatose then. Fuck out of here.
I don't want to be like, oh,
So you from Mobile, right?
Y'all the only people that say this shit is absolutely 100% true.
Hold on.
You
You
say
from
what?
Mobile, right?
Uh,
You from Mobile.
yeah, I'm from over here.
Man, you from home of the Mardi Gras, brother. Y'all, Mardi Gras was invented in Mobile from Africans. So you think that
Where the hell Barracoon at?
I can't
Where
even get it out
Barracoon?
right, bro? Man,
Where Barracoon?
you from a rich city, bro.
Nigga, they was
African
they was
history.
shipping niggas from Africa to your spot in the damn near 1900s still.
Right,
You,
Cudjo.
I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. Like, if you got
But
church, I don't want to go back to
you
like
cannot prove
argument,
that
but
those
like
people
I push
are
educate
African.
yourself. Well, never
They
mind,
can't
cause
do it.
oh no, that weird.
Only the colonizers say that they came from Africa.
Who?
And
Bro, you
even the
fool
people,
up, bro. Hey, check it right.
No.
Check it.
No.
Real talk, Joseph. The people who kick the shit you kicking, Hebrews always been in America is some fucking crack ass Mormons. Your master teacher is a Mormon, a white dude. You want to sit here and tell me that when I can sit here, don't even got to use a fucking buckra, which is an African word which mean white people. How I get that? Okay. Anyway, I don't even gotta use a fucking buckra. Just give you black folk telling their own story. I just give you a fucking alley oop. Barracoon. Them black folk. Who Cujo Lewis? Who Zora Neale Hurston? These black folk, bruh. You got black scuba divers down there that fucking found the goddamn slave ship. Everything
And she
telling you
fine.
black, 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 black,
I
black.
know.
Fuck you talking
And
about,
she
bruh?
fine.
Like I'm lost. I'm
but I'm
lost. Not lost like how you lost, but like I'm lost in like how you lost type shit. If that makes sense.
I I ain't call you lost, bro. I ain't trying to insult you or that, bro. Chill with that hostility shit, bro. It's just information. You don't agree with it. Calm your ass down.
Joseph, you can't,
Okay. Oh.
you can't, you can't make a claim though, Joe. What we trying to say is you can't make a claim. Then hold on, because this is what you're doing.
Good
It's
look,
like
man.
you throwing rocks and hiding your hands. You want to say
Up here
you
last
get
time.
here, but I ain't the smartest person. So basically, what you should be doing is learning right now because you admitted that you're not the smartest person and that you have limitations in your knowledge.
I'm just saying, it's scientists today that don't agree with. I'm talking about people with IQs in the 100s that agree with evolution.
What?
But you
We
telling
talking
me that
about black
Hold
folk
on,
in
we ain't talking about
America,
evolution.
man.
Let hold
We
on.
talking about black folk in
Let's
America,
yeah.
man.
But
Don't
hold up, bro. Let me finish what I'm saying though. Cause I'm just saying, I know I'm saying something that makes sense, bro.
No,
It's
you're not.
people
No,
with
you're not.
degrees and whatever you want to say that with
Bro.
who's in the 100 that don't agree with.
Listen to this. All right, so hold on. Before y'all go, before everybody go, hold on. Before y'all everybody go. Is AIDS real?
Huh?
AIDS.
I'm sure it's
Is,
people.
no. Is AIDS or HIV real?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, but hold on. If AIDS and HIV is real, you have people in Congress with degrees that don't believe that they're real.
Oh, all right.
You have the head of Health and Human Services.
You making a say?
Hold on. You have the head of the Health and Human Services Department
When I'm making
of the whole United States that don't think most of these viruses are real. The point that you're trying to make is an ignorant point, because there's someone, degreed or not degreed, that's always going to say something against that. So it doesn't matter what point you're trying to make. I just gave you an example of how you know AIDS is real, and then there's someone with a degree that says that it ain't.
Yes, if they have valid scientific points.
Bro.
Hold on. V note back. You got that source, V note?
It ain't in the back chat.
Hold on, who that?
Don't worry about who that is. He asked you a question. He asked you.
I'm for the body you too.
Don't worry about who it is.
Oh my God.
I'm a body you too. We're getting a lot of fire. It's right there.
Now, hold on.
It's right there.
We get to you. We finna get to you.
You already know what time it is.
Joseph. So he said, what's Joseph's methodology? And Joseph, you don't have a methodology. You said you just came to your conclusion based on a belief.
No.
How did you arrive at your conclusion that Egyptians and Hebrews was in the Americas?
But it's archaeology to support it.
What archaeology? Where can we see the archaeology to support it?
I mean, even the mounds alone.
No. Pause. What mountains?
The mounds.
The mounds. What mounds? Be specific, Joseph. What mounds are you referring to? Are you referring to the mounds in Illinois, or are you referring to the mounds in Mississippi, or are you referring to the mounds in Tennessee, Oklahoma? What mounds?
Civilization is connected. It's the mound builder civilization.
No, the Egyptian civilization ain't no goddamn mound builders.
But for one, it's it's only coined the Egyptian civilization through the discovery of what they found, the data that they found.
Who is they?
The Spanish. I mean, it's the French who discovered Egypt,
no,
right?
No, that's not true. It's not true at all.
If I'm mistaken, it's the French.
No, it's not. I'm telling you, it's not.
Who discovered it?
None of them. The French, the Spanish, none of them didn't discover no damn Egypt. People been knowing about Egypt for thousands of years, and they've been coming from. How the hell do you get Greco-Romans in America? They ain't never left the Mediterranean. So how the fuck do you get the Greco-Romans, who we know in the AD era was around there? How do you get them from that region to America? You don't. There's no evidence for it.
I'm not looking at it at the names at all.
But we're talking about all the people that visited Egypt. We can go we can go all the way back to the Middle Eastern, the Arabs that actually came into. So how do you get Arabs in America? How do you get the Republic in America?
Well,
do you know what Egypt's called today?
You believe writings?
No,
all writings. Roman writings to believe they can't be extemporated. It's only they can't prove that Egypt.
The Romans weren't the only ones that wrote.
They can't prove the biblical Egypt in the Middle East or Africa. It cannot, because
you can't even bro. Why are you trying to use the Bible, bro?
But that's my whole narrative.
Let's move on, man. Please, can we move on, son?
Yeah, okay, I got you. All right, Joseph. Hold on, Joseph. Hold on. Coming back to you, Joseph. I'm gonna put you on mute just a second, bro.
He gotta go on Bro G show with that.
Yeah, You need, Joseph, Garfield shit for real.
Hey, Joseph, you on, man? Get at them dudes, man. They ain't niggas ain't right here. You know what time it is.
You gonna bring me the history of General De La Indias as if I ain't never had this shit before, and then you ain't even got it in English. You ain't even got the translation in English.
Yeah, I got the primary.
No, you still. I don't think you still understanding what I'm saying, dumbass nigga. You ain't the only one who got this. So what I'm finna ask you is, why is you bringing me something from the 1500s?
Why am I bringing something from the 1500s? That's what we're talking about, right?
Why are you bringing me a source from the 1500s that ain't gonna help you prove that black people are somewhere?
Why wouldn't it's the third source? I didn't already came with two of them.
Hold on, because you see this one word right here, right?
I didn't already came with two of them.
Go ahead and tell me. It's this one word on this page right here.
One word.
44 right here.
What's the one word?
It's a word before that word, but it's right here.
What's the word?
Oh, tell me. You tell us.
You tell me what's the word. You tell me what's the word.
Source.
You tell me what's the word that you already discrediting it. What's discrediting everything that I'm talking about?
Explain why the fuck we looking at this.
Because it's talking about the same people within Panama.
Who?
Balboa.
Yeah,
Balboa.
All right, hold on, y'all.
Balboa.
One moment, y'all. Hold on, one moment, y'all.
Yeah, you see it?
One moment, y'all.
Just go and put a translation. Everybody.
One moment.
This nigga can barely even read English. Bro.
No, Vino, I told you before. The first time when you came up here and I let you on, I said we are not about to talk about the same three people that keep refuting you. And now you want to claim that you're giving me a primary because it's written in this particular language. Apparently, you don't know that you just fucked up again, because this is proving my goddamn point that I've been telling you. But you see this word right here, you're stuck. As if we already don't have Balboa's account. Now, what I did for you once before is I showed this same fucking source before and the translation of the source, because there's a book that has it in Spanish and English that is written from someone dealing with Balboa's account. And he's saying the same goddamn thing the other book said. He ain't said nothing fucking different. We still talking about them same motherfucking account of Balboa, bro. That does not change. He didn't say them people been there. That ain't what he said. We read it in its full entirety, and here we go again. You want to bring us this shit that you can't even read, and you want to talk about Panama again. So now you got Melanated Goddess in the goddamn chat, ready to jump on a panel, cuss all of us out, and tell us to quit talking about Panama, which is where the fuck she's from. So now we got to deal with her shit if she jumps on the panel. Yeah, you gay, nigga. You can't come amongst men and you do the same dumbass shit. I straight up asked your dumbass. Bro. I said, we ain't finna keep on having the same circular ass argument, and we back to fucking Balboa. He gotta be trolling, bro. He gotta be trolling, bro.
He calling a nigga gay. Man, get your bitch ass up out of here, nigga.
Right. It's pathetic, bro. Joseph, we back to your motherfucking ass, bro.
Hey, man.
Where you at, Joseph? I got a question, Joseph.
Hello.
Yeah, I got a question for you, bro.
I'm here.
All right, here's my question. So, what have you found in the Bible that you have found actual evidence for? Is there something about that you read in the Bible that proved to you without a shadow of a doubt your existence in the Americas, how you got here?
Okay, now, I never said that though. You know, you I don't know why you said that, but yeah, I never said that. Now I said the events had to happen here just because of geography alone.
How? What evidence led you to come to the conclusion that those events had to happen here based on geography alone? They come up out of the Bible, bro. When there's no, if you want to map shit out. So what I'm trying to get you to do is to understand that there's a methodology to everything. So if we have questions about something, as long as we stick to, hold on, as long as we stick to something, if we do one thing at a time, we'll do that. So what one thing in the Bible led you to believe that that event couldn't have happened in the Middle East? It had to happen here. Can you name that event?
Okay. No, I don't want to get into specifically in events. I was just because I'm just.
I'm trying to understand how you came to the conclusion. So that's why I'm not trying to nail you down. I'm not trying to refute you or anything. I'm not put you in a bad position to make you look bad. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking if there's one thing that we can extract from the Bible that we can go to right now and find out that actually happened in the Americas. I would like to provide the evidence for that. So now you might have people in the chat that believe like you believe, and then if we go find the evidence to substantiate it, then we all got the fucking Bible wrong.
Oh, this is all I want to say though, because I see how you running it, and I ain't even on that. I'm just speaking from my perspective. I really don't care what nobody else's perspective. It ain't about that with me. But then I'm gonna lay it to you like this: it is a lot of people that done the work. You know what I'm saying? And I came across the dude. You know what I'm saying? There was a video. It was called, you know what I'm saying, the Exodus. I'm tripping. The Exodus under a microscope. You feel me? Like we went through the whole layout of the land and the plot. Well, he, and I did my studies on it too.
No. Okay, so what's his name? What's his name? And then what studies did you do?
You feel me? Because I ain't even on that. Because
I'm trying to get to the bottom of how you come to the fucked up conclusion.
I please don't curse at me, bro. Cause I ain't even disrespect.
I'm not cussing at you.
But just keep that shit respectfully, all the way.
Just cussed.
Oh, because you turned me up because you keep.
No, hold up. You just said. I ain't take no offense to you cussing.
Give me your respect because I didn't interrupt you. You turned me up a little bit. I apologize about that. But
man, I ain't tripping on you cussing.
Let y'all speak. You know what I'm saying? I ain't interrupting you. Let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can say whatever you got to say, bro. It's cool. That's all I'm saying. But if it's gonna be that, then go ahead. You feel me? I'm just that type of person that turn up on people when they start doing that weird shit.
Bro, we off that. I'm trying to get to. I'm about the information, bro. I ain't thinking about none of the cussing or turning up or none of it.
But that's what I'm saying. You could go do the research yourself if you care that much about it. I only came up here to speak on it, challenging me like I was a pussy, like I couldn't speak on what I believe in. But look,
you said pussy. See,
but you know what I'm saying? They actually using those words in the chat. That's why I said that. You feel me? But
bro, I ain't tripping on about what. People be saying in the
But
peanut.
I'm letting you know
You know,
why.
all that we say everything in the peanut gallery, bro. That's what we do.
But you know what I'm saying? This is all I got to say about it. We took the geography of the Bible and we placed it in the Middle East.
Who's we?
All those events mapped it out is down to food, crops, stock, land. It's all kind of different things. This points couldn't be in the Middle East. You know, it's just certain animals, certain things, certain rivers, there's a lot of things that just couldn't be applied to the Middle East if you take it from the biblical perspective. That's all I have to say. Now, if you wanna nitpick the information, you can go do it yourself or whatever. But I'm just saying it's been proven.
You didn't give me the
That
information.
event could not
So how
happen.
can I nitpick something that you ain't gave me the information for? You said it's
But
been
I'm
proven.
saying-
No. We finna turn up. You just told me that the shit was proven, bro. That's what you just said. You said that it's been proven. So when you say it's been proven, by who? Where is it?
I mean, it's many people that did the work. I mean,
Who?
go look that up. I don't have it right on hand, but
Joseph, you can't say it's been proven and you don't have the evidence. You don't know. You just made a claim, and I keep letting you make claims, and then you can't give us the evidence. Who proved that the events in the Bible couldn't have happened in the Middle East? It had to happen in the Americas. Who is the author on that shit? Who is the authoritative person that got you thinking this fucked up way? Because they taking advantage of your lack of intelligence because you didn't finish high school.
But bro, now I seem like you've been trying to be offensive and everything, and then I just came to defend what people were saying I couldn't talk on. Now, if you want to say all that other stuff, chill, bro. Come on.
Not Joseph, you just sit here and told us yourself that you're not the most intelligent person. And what I am telling you, based on you telling me that you're not the most intelligent person, that whoever the fuck this person is playing on the fact that he knows that you're not intelligent and that he could sell you this shit is disrespectful, bro. I'm telling you that the man disrespected the shit out of you by playing on your ignorance because he knows that you don't know no better and that you're willfully gullible and that you'll accept anything this motherfucker say because it sounds slick. So when he tell you they took all this shit, bro, going by what you said, bro, you said this motherfucker didn't work, and you said he didn't work. They playing on your ignorance, Joseph. Why are you letting them play with your top?
And then it look like you doing a lot of yelling. I appreciate that and everything, and you never let me
How can I be more passionate about you being educated than you are?
But this all I have to say about that right now that you just said, and it's this: it's still an argument today. That has not been proven. None of the stuff been proven in the Middle East.
Has not been proven
out of the Bible to been happen. That history has not been proven.
All right, Joseph.
Argument today between
Joseph.
people in the scientific
I respect you for coming up here having a conversation, Joseph. But you don't know what you're talking about at this particular point. You didn't prove that to us that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about at this point. So what I am kindly asking, I asked you for, you never wanted to give me the information for it so that I can put it on the screen and we come to an honest conclusion so I can show you how this shit go. You don't want to do that. So you not here to learn. You told us why you came up here. You came up here because they was calling you pussy in the chat and that you couldn't talk about what you was saying in the chat. So now that you didn't get your ass up here and you done made your own self look bad, and I'm trying not to make you look bad.
I'm not trying to look good. I don't care what another person think, bro. I'm a man. I do for myself, man. My family's straight. So, but all
your family ain't straight, Joseph. You in Mobile, Alabama, bro. The slums. There's nothing straight about Mobile, Alabama, bro. Nothing.
You're not crazy about my city, bro. But look,
bro, I've been there.
After all this, bro, you really insulted me like several times, bro. And
you insulted yourself. I didn't insult you. You told me you didn't know what the fuck you was talking about. I didn't make that up. You told us.
But at the end of the day, you're throwing a lot of argument. You're throwing a lot of slurs at me. But what I'm saying,
no slurs.
like I said, What's from my perspective.
Well, you got a fucked up perspective, man.
You know.
Have a good day, bro. Have a good day. I can't do it no more. I tried.
They got Hebrews at Mobile. God damn.
I tried, bro. One of the most culturally rich black traditions in the fucking South, Mobile, with African history galore. Because of them goddamn plantations and cotton field they had these niggas on. The fact that they knew who they were and had an identity, who knew that they were being shipped from different places. You got Angola, you got the Congolese coming through that bitch. You had the motherfucking Africans coming from the Caribbeans up through that bitch. And you finna sit here and tell me, bro. You finna sit here and tell me, bro, that a fucking America is all the shit in the Bible was happened in America?
Bro, like, how we not from where he from? No more about where he from.
Well, I wasn't disrespecting you, Joseph. I was respectfully trying to let your ass not embarrass yourself, bro. Motherfuckers gonna clip this shit and put it on TikTok.
You disrespecting black people. Keep it funky with you.
Hey, bro. People that use TikTok, they gon' this is why you need to read. They gonna like clip this shit up and put and then they can make you go viral because you said the dumb shit. You literally came up here and professed to us that you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. And then profess to continue to keep on talking about shit that you don't fucking know what you're talking about. And I'm being disrespectful. I'm like, nah, I've been trying to slow this shit down, bro, to help you out so I can to get everybody on why you think the way you think.
Sean P, they got black scuba divers, bro. They got black scuba divers. Yeah, black woman telling the goddamn story.
And she fine. And she fine too. And she fine.
Man, that's one of the most pivotal places in African American history, nigga.
That's in every black museum, damn near. Like, how you not know about Barracoon, bro? And you from there? Oh wow, bro.
That's just like when we speak of Louisiana and we go directly to, you know what I'm saying? When we think we're talking Africa, we Congo Square. Mm-hmm. What are we talking about, bro? Like, we know the volatile pieces of information regarding the enslavement of Africans being brought to the Americas is vital in the fucking South because it was, bro, this shit is crazy, bro. Vino, shut up, bro. You took me back to Balboa and you want to talk about Panama, and we already proved that the goddamn every black person in Panama came from Africa. They said the shit. Balboa said the shit. So I ain't talking to you no more about no goddamn Balboa.
Do the imitation, bro. Do the imitation. Yeah, that shit be happening, bro.
Oh, here you go. Hey, Sean P. Sean P. Let me tell you, Sean P. right now. Now, come on, Sean P. Let me talk. Let me get it out, Sean P. I got the source. Sean P. Just listen. Can you listen to me for just a minute? What I'm trying to tell you, Sean P. is the Spanish, the French, the Dutch, and the English already said that we was here, Sean P. They said we was here, Sean P. They said it. They wrote the book Balboa, said it in Spanish, Sean P. Sean P. said we was in Panama, Sean P. 1511, Sean P. Said we've been there for about 70 years, Sean P. That's what he said. He said, Sean P. This is what he said, Sean P. You won't even listen to me. Sean P. Look it up, Sean P. You got Sean P. Look it up, Sean P. Okay, I got the source.
You sound just like that nigga. Bro, that nigga put a source in here. That shit ain't even English. He barely even fucking speak English. Let alone can read it.
You done fucking made Ogun start pulling up his sources. You know that nigga. Oh, go. Hey, you want to put this shit on the screen? Oh, go. Just let me know, bro. Just let me know what you want me to go to first.
Put the Alabama shit on there.
All right. Okay. Hold on. Let me get all my shit up. He said Alabama first. Okay, we're gonna go to Alabama first. Goddamn. Hey, this motherfucker be down to fucked up. Be fucked up. Let me go full screen. No thanks. Here we go right here.
I just want to show that it ranked 45 in education.
Yes, it do.
In the United States.
They are very uneducated, for sure.
And I'm not trying to be an asshole, but yeah, that shows. Especially if you don't know how to research, if you don't have if you're not able to read and understand reading comprehension. You know what I mean? So you get most of your on Facebook, man. That's what a lot of people, and you gotta understand, bro. A lot of people didn't like being black till they either got on Twitter or Facebook or understand what being black is. Even people that stay in some of the blackest cities across the country. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because they never been taught their own education. So do I blame them? Like the guy who just up Joseph? I'm kind of a little lenient with him because he says, but somebody like Vino, yeah, he's an idiot. So, and I know he's an idiot because he been calling you out, Sean. Goddamn, oh my god, almost damn near obsessed with you type shit. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I say I'm a little lenient on the guy Joseph. So I just wanted to show that. But the other sources, man, that's some shit I know y'all probably not talked about. One Puerto Rico, one Moreno, it shows the first black people who ever touched down in Americas. It was no black people before that. And then when you dive deep into them, right? I mean, they was conquistadors. Shit, they were whooping them goddamn Indians' ass too, just like the white man. Shit, they were taking land. I think one of them had slaves too. They wasn't in this part of America. They first went to La Brazil. So, that's just a real quick synopsis on that shit. Man, I read this shit so long ago. You know what I mean? I just be here just to hear you, intellectually spar with these motherfuckers. But I mean, these are the first black people that was there. One of them, which one from the Congo? Shit, he was a Catholic. He was a Christian. Both of them, I think, wasn't
he? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, man, they were African guys. It wasn't no black people here. And we would use the term black. You know what we talk about, man. West African descent, people who was involved in the slave trade. Shit, these guys they came to goddamn, shit, do what they do. Yep.
Yeah.
And then, Sean, like things, I'm shut up after this, like just common things, right, bro? So the Indian, the what they called it, what's the correct term? I want you the First Nation people. Like, bro, they didn't even what's the word? What's the term? I used the right First Nations people.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you do First Nations.
The First Nations people, like, bro, they didn't even have the common cold. So like people brought the common cold, shit, smallpox, fucking, and dandelions. Something so simple, that a fucking dandelion. Like they didn't have dandelions. That shit came when the conquistadors came. So those just two things that debunks whatever they, you get what I'm saying. Like dandelions and the common cold. We ain't even talk about the fucking smallpox. Cause the smallpox came with on the slave trade, right? When you trace it back, that see,
Came from the old world.
right. You see what I'm saying? So just those three small things that debunks whatever the fuck these niggas talk about.
Vino is delusional. Let him talk. All he can do is talk. He delusional as hell. So we got Shaka in the building. What's up, Shaka? What's up?
Peace, y'all. Peace. I was coming in because that nigga do not represent all of Alabama, bro. I don't know how you can be from Mobile and try to say that the African president's not there. It's a whole ass Africa town there, fool. A whole ass Africa town built by Yoruba people, fool.
Exactly. And that's why we don't understand how he could come fix his mouth about that. And but in his defense, he said that, and hold on, Elijah, you were still here. Elijah.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, so Elijah, you heard Joseph say that black people in Africa come from America. How do you feel about that?
That don't make no sense because I get the same shit on TikTok too with them TikTok pseudos, and I tell them, all right, so show me the EDAR gene in African Americans. That's all.
Look, this is the thing. If black people were here in this mass, it would be impossible for white people to control them entirely linguistically. It's impossible.
Is that Lion King?
Yeah. Hey, hey, Saka.
Oh, what's up, bro?
What's up, man? I know him on TikTok. This guy sound like the host sound like a big starter. You see?
Yeah.
Hello?
So,
Saka.
yeah. So basically, what you're saying is, hold on, people they can't hear you. That people can't hear you in the chat because you're breaking up real bad. What you're saying is there's no way if black people was here in the Americas, there's no way that European languages would be able to control the dynamics of the languages because those African languages would still be present as they are now and as they are in Africa. It would be similar in the Americas, and we don't have that. So what we have is basically English and Spanish being the dominant languages here for quite some time. You have very few other languages that exist, and even the indigenous Native American languages. Some of those exist, and just have taken a back seat to English. But you're right. The linguistic continuity in the Americas proves that black people weren't here.
Right. And
yeah, second thing, you can put this book there. I mean, it says some African American words of African origin. If you go there, you will see some of the words. I know them. Yeah, some African American words of African origin. If you go where you will find the book. It's a book.
It's also the fact our body not even fully adapted to America, bro, to the North American climate.
Hold on. Here's the thing right here. Let's just end it real quickly. If we were already here and we've been in the Americas and then we went to Africa, why the fuck we wasn't dying at the drop of the tsetse fly and all them other diseases that exist in West Africa that our brothers and sisters over there have grown immunity against?
Right. Malaria would have been whooping our ass, bro.
End of story. We dead at malaria. We don't even get that far. We can't even get the smallpox. Malaria didn't fuck this up. You see what I'm saying? Those old world diseases would have impacted us even more to the degree that we wouldn't have been trying to go to no goddamn Africa. So that you got to throw that shit away. We don't have black deaths in Africa.
Go look, when you look at black deaths, that shit's associated with Europeans dying at rapid rates due to diseases. That boy Vino is still in the chat, unaware that he said primary. No, nigga, that ain't Balboa's writings, bro. And I hate to say this to you, and my apologies to all my brothers and sisters that are listening to this, and we keep using the N-word, but when I get pissed off, I'm gonna say it. So this ninja in the chat has no idea of how to do proper research methodology, that he tries to use a same source that the other three authors that he didn't use before also tell the same story. Now, if he brought that up and says there's a mistranslation or something like that, whatever the case may be, but Vino, the whole Balboa story does not support black people already here before Europeans. I asked you what evidence you had, and you went back to Balboa. Sorry, bro, that ain't it. We didn't went through that. We didn't went through that. Weeks of Balboa cleaning up your bullshit. You just sitting there in the chat in your feelings because you got set down. We ain't no FBA. We ain't indigenous. We ain't no Abos. We ain't no Wabos. We ain't no Indians. We ain't
no
nothing.
non-Ethiopians.
Facts. Sharonda was good. We Sharonda in the building, bro.
Yeah, that's wild too. These niggas are claiming to be alien before they want to be black.
Tickets in there. We got Port City in the building. We got the Port Cityans show up. Hey, you know you didn't effed up when the Port Cityans show up.
Start pushing.
When the Port Cityans pull up, it's a whole lot of push-ish going on.
A whole lot of headboard action.
They live and die TikTok. So when they ain't on TikTok right now, they took a break. That means they eating dinner, lunch, or just driving down the street. They don't come off TikTok. They on TikTok 23/7. They give YouTube 1 hour of their day. They are faithful.
That's how I met Portland them from TikTok. And they told me about over here. I could look over here. I was see this what the real field at.
No days off. Yo, it's crazy. It must be a slow Sunday on TikTok today. My boys ain't over there banging. It's a slow Sunday. They use Wabo as diet, nigga, nowadays. That's crazy. Look at him. He said, talk about the third source is saying what the second source said, which talk about what the first source said, Vino. How stupid is you, bro? You keep listening to uneducated people who have no methodology and don't know how to come to an honest conclusion. Whose foregone thought is to believe a nigga that been talking about macking his whole life. And then he'll come up with a pseudo-ass white person that been debunked and then tell you that this white person said this, so we...
They be contradicting themselves when they say using the white T-man's information. And then they'll proceed, now this white T-man right here said.
Look, Sharonda says she's shocked to see you here, Shock.
Yeah. Oh, I'm saying white T. I forgot I'm on white, man. Thank God.
Oh, yeah. You thought you were on TikTok?
Yeah. I really can say cracker, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can't do it on TikTok. See, that's what I'm saying. I couldn't be on TikTok. I'm a cuss. I'm gonna get flagged. I'm a disrespect somebody. I'm gonna get flagged. I'm gonna tell somebody the truth. It's gonna get flagged. I don't know how y'all do it, bro. I got freedom of speech over here.
Yeah, they'll snipe you on TikTok. I'm on to my third account.
Gullah on there too. Gullah over there on TikTok laying there at 19.
Yeah, it be what's on the type shit.
Yeah, I think I was on there with Gullah earlier.
Don't take shit, yeah.
Yeah. But Vino in the chat, he mad. So he gonna be talking plenty of that in the chat, cause that's what he talking at in the chat.
Yeah, it's way on TikTok. They do the same shit on TikTok.
But over here, we got that show and prove too,
That nigga said TikTok is the pseudo mecca.
So like y'all seen earlier on how, and I don't know, maybe many of y'all coming in now have missed the earlier part of the show, but in the earlier part of the show, I was talking about Brooklyn, Illinois, and New Philadelphia, Illinois, and how those towns were built and how they came up. And inside of that, it talked about, like runaway slaves and all of that. It has a very African presence and existence to those two places. And inside of that, how they utilize the AME church, to hide runaways and free people in the whole 9 yards in the Mississippi as intricate pieces as a roadmap for them for up liberty, because they ain't too far away from just getting on the lake and and going to Canada to escape or free themselves. But my point is that it's so easy to show that history and evidence of that history of our Africanness. But I got a dude in the chat that want to keep taking me back to Bois' account of where he only mentions this one little small piece, and then he goes on and says everything else. But that one little small piece in full context, if you read the chapters before that, he's telling you that these were African people being brought to this specific area in Panama. And that by the time that he arrives there, that they've been here for a certain amount of years, which would take you back to mathematically 1492. He ain't said that they were already there. He's saying that they Africans came from Africa. He's not confused with that. And then he knows what the locals look like and what they are. And then you want to keep on saying lies, but you can't show us this shit. So what I did was I put together shows showing exactly what Bois said in his primary attestations. I don't need to make nothing up. You see the word Negro and go on a 20-year run because you see the word Negro and you don't understand it. Because you ain't even reading the works of people telling you the reason why it's a misnomer as it pertains to the people in the Americas. They called everyone Negro that didn't fucking look like them. If your culture wasn't like their culture, they would give it a name. Hence, when the Arabs did the same shit in Africa. When they looked to the south, they called it Sudan. When they looked to the north, they called it Badan. So I don't even know what the fuck you talking about when you say what you're saying. You just need to understand that it's people out here doing this shit way longer than you and doing it right. And that shit you on is wrong as hell. Wrong as hell. Because you don't know what the fuck you talking about. You can shake your head all you want to. You can be in your feelings all you want to. You can look stupid like this all you want to. You can do all this you talking right now, all you want to, but you still look slow. You still look slow. No, pull the source up, pull the translation up, and tell me where I'm wrong. Pull the source up. Share your screen. Share your screen. I ain't even gonna say it no more. I'm just gonna let you do it to yourself. Bruh, share your screen. Take yourself off mute.
Hold on, let me.
And share your screen.
You gotta get it set up.
Just show the source, bro.
He said you look like a Frenchie with clothes on.
Nigga, the goofies, huh? My fans, huh? My fans, man.
You ain't got no fans.
They're my fans, man.
Your fans.
That's all.
For real, man, your fans.
They're my fans. Shit, I go one of them right there. Niggas want to talk like me and everything, huh?
Bro, I don't even know you, bro.
But you copying me, though.
Yeah, because you spitting. Now read your source.
Read the source, huh? Let's read the source, huh? All right, hold on. Let's read the source.
Can you tell us why you are negating the rest of the chapter and you're only focused on this little piece right here? Do you know what it's saying?
Huh?
Do you know what it's saying before this?
Yeah, I know what it's saying before this, but hold on.
Well, let's look at this.
I ain't even gonna give. Hold on, I ain't even gonna give you that one first. Now, hold on, I ain't gonna give you that one.
Go to the translation. Look, hold up, time out. Look what this Negro, all he been doing was looking for the word Negroes in the whole book. This control F ass nigga, bro.
Go back to the source, bro.
Read the No, I'm not letting you talk until you go back to Google and the translate.
We supposed to read it.
Read it.
We supposed to read it.
Put shit back in there and read it. Let's go.
So what it say? The account that I kept in the leagues and degrees according to the letters of the king's court cosmographers, and they do not receive or record any pilot without an oath or witness. I want to say also how they are many other islands and lands in the roundness of the world, without which we have named one, which is the land of Straits of Magellan, which responds to the east, and which according to hold on, now this the other one. Hold on.
No, bro, read the goddamn source, bro.
Nah, read the source, bro.
No,
keep reading.
Cause this is the a nail in the coffin.
Just
also
keep reading, bro. Just keep reading.
But very large, very close to the Antarctica pole. They think that one hand it goes to the Cape of Good Hope, and on the works to the Moluccas. When those other ships of the Viceroy of Don Antonio D. Mendoza came across a land of Negroes.
Can you keep reading the source, bro?
That lasted 500 leagues.
That don't say leagues.
What'd it say?
That does not say leagues.
What'd it say?
Read it. That's not Leagues. That's not leagues.
Bro,
Okay,
that
so what's
says
that word?
Lafufas, bro.
What's that word?
Lafufas, bro. There's no way you.
But no, listen. No, let them keep reading it. Keep reading it.
What'd it say?
Read and Lafufas.
And we thought that it is continuing with that aforesaid strait of the greatness of this earth. It is not yet fully known.
Pause. So they ain't giving a date or how long these people been here. They just saying
they found the people when they got over there. The nigga Don Antonio Mendoza. Don Mendoza was the. Oh my God.
Because when you put a date on there, they're telling you that they've been bringing black people there.
Man, they just got to Peru whenever they sent him down there.
No, they did not.
Oh my God, they just got to Peru and just took over Peru. That's why he went down there to be the viceroy.
Watch this. Who got to Peru?
Man, what's the dude? Guzman.
So when did Guzman get to the Americas?
The dude that took man, they didn't bring they wasn't bringing no slaves.
Watch this. Vino. This is why I say context is important, because you don't even know who they talking about in this account. And you don't even don't do that. Put it back. I'm gonna make my point. Put it back. Come on, copy the shit again. Put the shit back.
I ain't got no problem. It's some more copies too. There's some
Yeah,
more copies too.
no Control C.
Some more copies too.
I expect that from a cherry picking ass nigga like you. And you don't even know what the fuck you cherry picking. It's the same shit.
Hold on, you just said bring back the same thing, did you?
Zoom, bro. Zoom, bro. Zoom.
Did you just say bring back the same thing?
Yes, I did. Now scroll down,
what you
please.
talking about, my nigga?
Scroll down. Let me get us about the screen. Scroll. Stop. Scroll up a little bit. No, pause. Stop right there. What it say right here? When those of the ships of the viceroy Don Antonio de Mendoza came across a land of Negroes that lasted 500 lafufas, and they thought that it was continuing with that of the aforesaid strait, continue. So the greatness of the earth is not yet fully known. However,
just like I said, they still discovering this place, nigga. They just got over there, nigga.
Let me finish. This ain't even talking about niggas being in America.
Nigga, that's in South America, nigga. You talking about, nigga?
What is
the fuck you talking about?
Did you read what I just said, bro?
Nigga, that's South America, nigga. The Magellan Straits is South America, nigga. What you talking about?
He's giving it, bro. Look up the word Lafifius. Look that word up. Look the word up. Look the word up and let's find out what the fucking word means, because you don't know what it means. You don't know what you're talking about, and you keep on making these interpretations about some shit that you can't. So I keep asking you over and over and over and over again, and you don't know what you're doing, bro.
What you mean? What you mean? I don't know what I'm doing, nigga. I just told you, nigga, that they
Do
just
you
found
know what this word means?
When the nigga Viceroy Don Antonio Mendoza's ship went down there to Peru.
We talking about you just down there for. You brought this, you brought this source up because you were
he was coming from Mexico, nigga.
You brought this source up because you was talking about Balboa. Now go back to the go back up to where you see the Lafifas. Now stay right there. Now listen to me when I say this. It says, when those are the ships of the Viceroy Don Antonio de Mendoza came across the land of Negroes that lasted 500, listen to this, 500 Lafifias is a term that can be translated into English as airflow, or drought. So let's go to the Spanish rendition of the word, lafujas. What does it mean? This is what I mean by you ain't even try to look up that word to see what it means, bro. You didn't, because it gives a word right behind that. You didn't try to look the word up.
What is it? What is it? What is it then? What is it?
Put it on the screen. It's telling you right there.
What is it?
Hold on. I'm getting to the translation. Dumbass nigga, man. Try to sit here and play with me all day, bro. You don't even know how to fucking research, bro. I keep trying to tell you that dumbass shit, and you keep on keeping on. Google Translate, bro.
Let's look at this. Okay, while you looking at that, I'm gonna look at this also.
I don't need to look at nothing, nigga. I know what the fuck I'm doing.
I don't know. You're taking a long time to try to dance around this.
You don't know what the fuck you doing, because I'm getting
a land of Negroes. Don Mendoza was coming from Mexico to go down to Peru.
Spanish word means blow off. To blow off. That don't even make sense in that same paragraph to use the word blow off.
So now the author ain't making sense when it comes to these niggas.
No, because you're trying to make it seem like the niggas been there, and they ain't been there.
They been there.
They ain't where?
Got there.
Where? Show who's we?
There, nigga. Oh my God, this is in the 1550s.
Okay. Now Vino, go back 2 pages on that same book. Go back to the book. Go back to the book.
What do you mean go back 2 pages?
Go back to the book. Okay. Back to your book. Go back 2 pages.
All right.
No, you went forward. Go back 2 pages.
I didn't. No, I didn't. Hold on. Watch this.
No, that is not what I asked you. No. You're not finna do what the fuck you want to do. We finna get context. We finna understand why the fuck you saying this. Because soon as you see the
why I said I just told you that Don Mendoza had just came from Mexico. That's why he going
back to 2 pages. Go back.
Let's go back 2 pages. Niggas crying.
And you go back to page
Hard.
34 and 35.
Niggas
Thank
crying
you.
hard. Okay, let's go back to 34. Niggas gotta reach. Niggas
Thank
gotta
you.
reach.
Thank you. No, don't even use 34. Go back to 33.
Niggas gotta reach.
Reach for what, nigga? I do content.
Man, nigga, want you just go, nigga. Why was it?
33.
You say go back to 33.
How many times I gotta say that? Stop. Wait, go to 31.
Man, hold on, cuz. You doing way too much now,
No, I
nigga.
know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm getting the beginning. Go to 31. Let me just pull this shit up my goddamn self. I'm finna tell you where to go. Just keep going back till you get to the beginning of the chapter. Keep turning the goddamn page.
Right here. Right here, right?
Hold on. I pulled the book up. Your shit ain't looking like mine, nigga. Hold up. Let me go back to your shit. Yeah, this is a different source. This ain't the same source you had up here earlier. Yeah, this.
What you mean a different source? Nigga, it's the same source, nigga.
No. Okay, it's the same source. You said it's the same source, right?
What? It don't what? It's the same thing. What right here? It's the same thing. What? The same thing.
No, this ain't the same.
Same thing. It's the same
No,
thing.
it's not the
These
same.
sources I've been playing with. These are the sources I've been playing with.
It's two sources. It's not the same source.
Oh my God, cuz.
That's what I'm saying. You gave me one source that's talking about the history of the Indians, and yeah, they start on 144, nigga. How the fuck we get to 34? I mean, page.
Because the nigga went to a different part of the book, weird ass nigga.
Oh, you ain't in the same fucking book, weird ass.
Okay, so let's just go to the 144. Let's just go to the 144 where I was at. Let's just go to the 144 where I was at.
Go to the beginning of the chapter for 144. Now pause.
Let's go to the beginning of the chapter of the 144.
Don't move shit, nigga. The beginning of the chapter in this book.
This right here. This part.
Watch this.
This part right here.
134. The beginning of the book for the chapter begins on.
It starts right here at 143.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me see what you got. LIX or LIXII. Yeah, boom. There you go. Copy right there. Copy right there. Since we're gonna say fuck everything else, copy right there. There go Balboa's name. Copy it. Don't put the word extraordinary, los extra. Don't put that word in there. That's the last 2 words in that first beginning part, because you're gonna get a fucked up translation. You're gonna get some fucked up words anyway when you start doing it.
Nah, man, I just take this out and I just go back and go get that. Whatever part that's red that ain't pulling up.
Okay. Scroll back up real quick. This is the beginning. It says discovery of the South Sea. Vasquez Nunez de Balboa was a man who did not know how to stand still. Although he had few Spaniards, and we're back to Balboa, where I keep beating you up, Spaniards for many that were needed, as Don Carlos Panquico said, he determined to go and discover the South Sea, so that no one else would come forward and steal from him the blessings of the famous enterprise, and to serve and please the king. That Dale was angry. He prepared a galley that had arrived shortly before from Santo Domingo. Where is Santo Domingo? Keep going down. I just want to throw that out there for people. Santo Domingo, and 10 boats for one piece. He embarked with 190 chosen Spaniards, and leaving the rest well supplied, he departed from the Darien September. He went to Carita. He left the boats and ship there and some companions. He took certain Indians. So now you got Spanish and Indians for guidance, but he got Indians for guidance and language. And the way to the mountains that Panquico showed him, he entered the land of Ponca, who fled as he had been want to be do before. I think we got a mistranslation here. He was followed by 2 Spaniards with many other characters and brought him with safe conduct. When he came, he made peace and friendship with Balboa and the Christians. And as a sign, firmness, he gave them 100. Find the word 100, please, and copy the rest of the shit so we can know where we at. I'm gonna have to do this shit myself, bro. This nigga's slow as fuck.
It's pesto.
All right, appreciate it.
It's not burnt.
All right.
I didn't give you sweet potatoes because I know you're going to do whatever you do.
Where you at, bro? Don't fucking get quiet.
You know, right here, nigga, 110 gold pesos and jewels. There you go.
Finish reading it. Read it.
All right. 110 gold pesos and jewels taken for them iron axes, glasses, jars, bells, and things of lesser value. But
no. Please read, Sean.
I'm eating.
Somebody else can read.
Because you can't read. Just read it, Juju. Can you see it?
Yeah, and 10 gold pesos and jewels, taking for them iron axes, glass jars, bells, and things of lesser value, but precious to him. He also gave many men a burden, and to open the way, for as they have not contract with mountain rangers, as they have no contact with mountain rangers, there are only a few paths like sheep's. With the help of those men, then our men made their way by force of arms and iron over mountains and bridges over rivers, not without great solitude and hunger. At last he arrived at Curica, where he was Senior Toricha, who went out with many people, not badly armed, to defend the entrance into his land if he was not satisfied with the strangers.
That's the end of that. Why you keep trying to skip, bro?
What you mean I skip? I went to the next page.
Come on. I don't trust shit you do, bro. Not a damn thing. You about the most lopsided, slowest nigga I ever met in my life. Outside of the Hebrews. You might be worse than the Hebrews.
Bearded men, he asked who they were, that they were looking for, and where they were going. When he heard that they were Christians, that they came from Spain, and that they were preaching a new religion and looking for gold, and that they were going to the South Sea, he told them to turn back without touching anything of his, on pain of death. And seeing that they did not want to do it, he fought with them courageously, but in the end, he died fighting with others. And 600 of his own. The others fled at a faster pace, thinking that the guns were thunder and the balls were lightning, and frightened to see so many dead in such a short time. In the bodies, some without arms, others without legs, others cleft in the middle with fierce slashes. In this battle, a brother of Taricha was taken prisoner in the royal habit of a woman who not only in his costume, but in everything else, except in giving birth, was a woman. Bra Olaboya entered Karika. He found neither bread nor gold, which had been raised before fighting. However, he found and some black slaves.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there.
What he find, Juju?
Once again,
What
he found.
No, nigga.
He found.
And some black
He
slaves.
found.
What
He
he
found
find,
these
Lord.
people. So with him being finding these,
No, we know because they said Indians in the previous chapters. So there's a distinguish between the native people and the black or African slaves, which black is synonymous to Africa. So you cannot wing that how you want. It is very clear. It's very distinct.
these are not no slaves that came from the islands. They just
Bruh.
got there.
No.
What the fuck up? Let her talk. You just fucked up, and I knew you was gonna fuck up.
Okay, let's finish.
Black
some
slaves,
black
nigga.
slaves of the Lord. He asked where they came from, and they could not tell him or her what they were doing. Go ahead, do the rest, Vino. Let's
Do the
keep
rest,
going.
Vino. Come on. Since you
Pseudo
know all this
always die by their source. Pseudo gonna die by a source.
every time.
That picture I'm sharing is a screenshot. It's a screenshot from Port City Live yesterday. Vino said he done bodied UNNAC. I just want you to see that, Sean.
Vino said this right here.
Yeah, this is another
you
body.
see it? You
this
see
is
it?
another body right here.
He said,
I was in the chat. I was
he
left.
said, I retired. Not a coincidence. And Sean P already. Keep it up.
Yeah, that's laughable. Yeah.
You
Go
know
ahead.
you.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Vino. Keep reading. Let's go,
And
Juju.
they could not tell him or understand any more than that they were men of that color near there, with whom they had a very ordinary war.
Stop
These
right
were-
there. Stop right
No,
there.
these were the
Stop right there.
first black
A
that were
very
seen
ordinary
in the
war.
Indies.
Hold on. Pause.
And I
Let her
say
finish, bro.
that
Let
they
her finish.
have not been seen again.
Let her
We ain't
finish,
gonna
bro.
pause
Bois
for these,
shot
man.
50
That's
horse he
crazy.
found there and then burned them, first informed of their abominable and filthy sin. So this is telling us that they were not Christianized at all. They could be Indians, but most of them have been Christian by then. When
Hold on, they was having a
when the
very
region
ordinary
learned
war with
of
these
this
people.
victory
So how
and
did they
justice,
just get there if they having
they
a
bought him many men of sodomy to kill.
You know, you gotta shut the fuck up, bro. Some of us can read and comprehend. You can't. Yeah, do that. What you doing right there? Keep doing that and scroll down.
Is that what that is, Ogun, about the black woman? Scroll down. I'm done.
Scroll down.
Sodomía. You see where it said mucho hombres de sodomía? You got to scroll down past that. Okay. And as they say, the lords and country use that vice and not the common one. And they gave gifts to the islands, thinking that sinners were bitten by justice. And they considered the Spaniards to be more than men, since they had defeated and killed Torreca and his men so quickly. Balboa left the sick and tired there in Curica, and with 67 who were strong, they climbed a great mountain range from the summit of which the southern sea resembled, according to the guides. A little before reaching the top, he ordered the squadron to stop and run to the Merahasia. Run to the top. He looked towards noon. Go ahead. What was you going to F up, Vino?
Black slaves.
Yeah, what I was saying was
Black
the
slave.
people said that they was having a
Black
ordinary
slave.
war with these people. So
Black slaves.
if they
Black slaves. How they war with black slaves?
if Balboa brought them over there, or
Black
some other
slaves.
people brought them over there, which Balboa is exploring this area.
Black
Ain't nobody
slaves.
even found the South Sea.
We don't even
He
know
just
who
going to the
exploring
South
the
Sea.
area right now. Who exploring the area right
But we
now?
read in the other book that they thought
No,
that they were
no,
Ethiopian pirates.
no, that's what I kept telling y'all, that he trying to flip books on y'all. No,
Yeah,
Nah,
that's
I'm trying to flip books. These are different
not
sources.
what it
These are different
says.
sources confirming what I'm
no.
saying.
We are sticking to one source and one source only.
That wasn't what it said.
What you
Vino.
mean, nigga? This the third source.
No. Well, I'm gonna say it one more time, nigga.
I just wanted to show you the
No.
receipt. I can't stay. I got certification
I got
tomorrow.
it, Juju.
Just enjoying.
I got the receipt.
Yeah, I
And
just
he-
wanted you to be able to eat that good
he
food.
ain't retired. He ain't retired nobody, lying ass nigga.
No, he didn't. But I just wanted to show that you can have that. I send it to your messenger so you can
I
always
definitely
keep
got you up
that.
out of here. I'm finna get you
You
up out of here
tried,
with this right here.
y'all. You can't get nobody up out of here, Vino. You
How
gotta
you gonna
be
get
So the
able to
customs of Durham, they
and
are
read and
Indians.
comprehend to even
Okay,
have a
the
dog in a
customer.
fight. Nigga,
Okay, the
you got
customer Durham, they
rats
are
in the
Indians
fight.
of Durham.
Black slaves, nigga.
And
No.
the entire coast
Black
of
slaves.
Gulf
Black
of
slaves.
Europe.
No. No. Black,
Of the color between
Black
tawny and yellow.
no. Black slaves, nigga. Black slaves. Get around black slaves. Fuck what you talking about. Get around black slaves.
And
Yeah,
Guinea,
because all black people was labeled
and
slaves at the
Guinea,
time. Stop.
And then
what does
blacks
Guinea
from
mean?
Guinea.
All
What
blacks.
does it say?
Yeah,
Black
yeah.
says
Now
it's
they
from
putting
Guinea.
Guinea. I thought they was Ethiopians.
Guinea is West
I thought they was
Africa.
Ethiopians.
Guinea is West Africa, fool.
I
Guys,
thought they was Ethiopians.
no. Where does it say? Did it say Ethiopians in this book?
No.
No, the other source say Ethiopians.
No, but we're talking about this source.
Yeah, now they calling them Guineas. This the mislabel that I'm talking about. That the black people that they
There's no
find in
mislabeling there.
Stop, Vino.
None.
This is
Stop,
how
Vino.
mislabeling.
Stop, Vino. Just chill out. You fucked up. You fucked up.
You do realize they. Oh, my bad, brother.
Go ahead. You do it.
Kill him,
No, you do.
Shaka.
He does realize they use terms to generalize all of those of sub-Saharan African descent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's common sense. Because at one point in time, they was calling everybody a sub-Saharan. This in the 1400s, right? Because what year is this source?
This book about Balboa is in the 1500s. Because Balboa
In the 1500s.
He don't get that to the 1500s.
Yeah, they was labeling anybody of sub-Saharan African descent. They said, "Oh shit, that's a Guinea man."
Yeah, facts.
We ain't listening to shit you saying, Vino.
That's why when we tell you Negro
Get
de
around
Togo and
black.
Negro de Guinea, like when we said that they made distinctions, and there's no way in hell you could try to say that they blurred the lines or they didn't know who that they were looking at. And we keep telling y'all they have been in Africa for a century or longer, and they knew the difference. They knew many different ethnicities of Africans that they came across. They knew the difference among Africans themselves versus.
Put the source back. Put the source back. Put the source back. Fuck that. Put the source back. We don't want to hear from you right now. Put the source back. Put the source back, Vino.
Okay, y'all got it. Have a good day. What you
I'm
eating,
trying,
y'all?
I'm trying, Juju, but he won't put
You
the
cooking
source
that good food? What you eating?
Man, I'm eating.
I heard she slammed that door.
Salmon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good stuff. The omega-3 fatty acids is good for you. Good for your heart. Huh?
Cabbage.
Okay. Got that
I'm finna
sauteed cabbage.
Make me some. I'm gonna make me some sweet potatoes and a sweet potato pie.
This great idea for breakfast is baked sweet potato with berries and banana and peanut butter on it. I know it sounds weird, but
it sounds weird as fuck.
It's some power food. No, it's actually really good though. It's some power food. All right, Vino, where you at?
Right here. Look. Hold on. Time out. So everyone in the chat looking at this. there's this famous phrase that is always used when dealing with Vino. Nombre de Deus. Nombre de Deus. Now, I still got my source on Panama up. I'm just, because I knew that he was going to run to Panama.
Dios.
Yeah, Deus. So now it said black slaves. And now it gets specific when it talks about the blacks again. It says from Guinea. So now we know that they're talking about motherfuckers from Africa. You don't believe me? I can bring up my same shit and it'll say the same shit. It'll take you right on back to Africa, dealing with the Panama region, enslaved Africans. And we can talk about Balboa's account because I done brought it to you before. And this is why I keep saying, bro, I'm tired of talking to you about Balboa, bro. You cannot keep trying to talk to me about Balboa at all. You can't. If you ain't got this book, that's on you. I told you about the African Maroons in the 16th century Panama. It's a historical document. And you keep trying to play with me, bro. You get up here, you waste our time. We thinking you're gonna pull out some shit that we can sit here and be like, okay, you've been doing a little studying. It's the same goddamn shit.
Melanated talked about it too in the chat earlier. So, I mean, at this point, he's just willfully ignorant and chooses to be so. But what up, Shaka? What up, nephew? All right, I just wanted to say hey.
What up, auntie?
This motherfucker's slow. Hell yeah, he's slow. He told you he was slow.
Yeah, that one right there hurt, huh?
It hurt you.
That one right there hurt your feelings, huh?
Because it said black slaves, and then you lost your mind. You try to go.
They wasn't bringing nobody from
black slaves, nigga.
They bringing people from North Africa at that time. Stop it. They only bring about 200 people.
Nah, they didn't bring no 200
people. 13. We already broke that down.
Where they say that at?
We broke that down.
Where they say it at?
Say what?
No, you said they only brought 200 people. Where it say that at?
Yeah, it say that within that source of the first blacks in America.
Stop making that shit up, bro.
Exactly.
The first blacks of America. You know the website.
Nah.
You know the website that y'all be trying to run to try to say, oh yeah, this was the first black hospital. No. This was the first black people. You got the documentation. Yeah, the documentation say that it was only about
they've been bringing
like 300 at the most.
Vino, they've been bringing black people
from West Africa. Niggas, stop it.
All them black people that is down there in Panama from fucking Africa.
Nigga, they found them there.
They didn't find them there.
Nigga, they said it on there. It say, as I said, they were found in Curacao. Blacks as from Guinea. Stop it.
They were from Africa.
They found them there.
No, they didn't.
They just said it.
No, motherfuckers was bringing them there.
You looking crazy right now. You can't deny it.
You looking crazy. You looking crazy. Now go to your
next found.
Go to your
next out. We found them.
Watch this. I'm finna show you.
Go to your now. We found.
Go to your next search that says Negroes. Since you wanna cherry pick Negroes, nigga, go to the next one and copy it. No, don't.
No, we already seen with Don Mendoza. We already seen.
You ain't gonna do it?
Thing with Don Mendoza.
No, copy it. 500 niggas down there. No, copy it. Because you know I'm finna pull you over again.
500 miles.
It's the same song. Pull your source back up, nigga. Copy it and put it on the screen.
Yeah, bro. Pull it back up and start scrambling and scraping and shit.
Ain't no scrambling.
Go to your next Negro search. No, don't go to no. Go to your next Negro search. Since you type Negroes up there. Go to the next one.
These are the ones that I was looking for.
Oh, go to the next one. We already dealt with that one. Go get the next Negro.
Nah, we ain't got to do that. For what?
Go.
Yes, you don't want to do it, bro.
No, yes, we do. Let's see who they're talking about.
They want to turn to Reading Rainbow. All right.
Reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow. Yeah, start. Yeah, nigga. Copy this shit. No, get Christopher Columbus' name in there too.
The Christopher Columbus name.
Yeah, all of that. Top from Lost, go all the way down there past Christopher Columbus name to the next page, nigga. Cristobal, Cologne. Come on. Don't try to sit there and don't try to sit there and hide shit.
I ain't hide nothing. Yeah, nigga, I bring everything to the front, but nigga, I ain't running from nothing, nigga.
Nothing but the fact that you don't know what the
you the one keep running, nigga, put me in the back and shit, nigga.
Nah, ain't nobody doing that, nigga. You just running your mouth about some shit you don't know nothing about. So the hutas of the rabbits were small, with mouse ears and tails in gray color. They tasted the chili pepper, a spice of the Indians, which burn their tongues, and sweet potatoes, which are sweet roots, and Galapalova, which are better than turkeys and chickens. He wondered that there was no trifling there, but that everyone ate bread from the corn. What they looked at most were the men who wore golden matches in their ears and noses, and that they were neither white nor black. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The men, they were neither white nor black.
The color of the canaries.
But like the Tricians or the Connos, yeah, we all know what they're talking about when they say the Connos. The 6 Indians were baptized, and the others did not arrive at court. And the king and the queen and the prince of Don Juan, their son, were the godparents for authorizing with their persons the holy baptism of Christ in those first Christians of the Indies and the New World. The kings were very attentive to the account that the Christopher Columbus had made by word, and marveling at hearing that the Indians had no clothes, no letters, no coin, no iron, no wheat, no wine, no animal larger than. Come on.
So like I say, that don't take away from the fact that they found some other Negroes over here.
No, go copy the rest. Milestones you learn. Go get the source, Milestones. I hate lying ass people. Talk about you got a source from 1210 Sean. Nigga, you ain't got no motherfucking source from 1210 Sean in there. Oh. To cancel y'all. Bro, I need you to read what you're saying. I got a source from 1210 that shows and prove that we was here, not a Siberian. Go get the source. Now, back to this nigga V note. What up? Hey, not a coincidence. Exactly. Scroll back up, nigga. All right, so through May one piece. They could not bear it when they heard that there were in those new islands and lands, men were eating one another, and that they were all idle. Well, damn, I can't even say the word right now. You done got me so fucked up. Idlers, and they promised if God gave them life to remove the abominable inhumanity and to uproot adultery in all the lands of the Indies that come under the command, vile most Christian kings. They kept their word. They made much of a great deal of the praise to Cristobal Columbus, ordered him to sit down in front of him, which is one of the blessings and love in the ancient coast and of Spain, and the vassals of servants should always stand before the king in obedience to the authority they confirmed to him. 9, a privilege of the 10th part of the royal rights. There a tall title and office admiral in the Indies of Bartholomew Columbus and Alatondo, that word didn't translate. Christopher Columbus put this letter around the coat of the arms that was granted to him. Can you please go?
So just like I stated, we believe in everything else in the book, but when it comes to them finding niggas want to try to
they ain't found none.
Niggas want to try to dictate that.
Yeah, the niggas that they found were slaves from Guinea. So how the fuck do you justify that?
Nigga, they just that's the mislabeling.
No,
this was in 15.
They called them Guinea. Another nigga called them Ethiopia.
Time out. This nigga's a fucking liar. Shaka, do you got anything for this nigga before he go bye bye?
Nah, you can let him go. I'm on my damn phone. I ain't got my laptop with me.
Okay, all right. So fuck this nigga. Next, he brought up a source that talked about the fucking Negroes that was down there with slaves from Guinea. Where the fuck is Guinea, Africa? Next, nigga. Milestone, hit the link. You see it pinned. Milestone says, I can come up right now. I'm always locked and loaded. Milestone, and then he says, I'm here with it right now. I told you I'm locked and loaded. The link is pinned. The link is pinned. What are we talking about in the chat? Why you in the chat talking? Hit the link. Somebody you can come up right now, but you ain't hitting the link. Talk about you got a source from 1210 that shows and prove that we was here, not a Siberian. Prove it. You ain't a Paleo Indian. And the Siberians wasn't here. That's not what the DNA say. They're East Asian and Siberian ancestry that comes up out of the natives. So we know goddamn well it don't say Siberians. Well, no motherfucking Siberians here. Next. Come on, hit the link. You don't see the link? We waiting on you, bro. Don't get stage fright. Now, you was just talking big shit. Hey, look. Vino is, this is how, what's that shit they call people who be wrong as fuck, and then you prove them wrong and they still think they're right? What's that shit called again? I can't think of it right now.
Narcissist.
Yeah. This nigga's, but he definitely that. This motherfucker showed us a source that said Negro slaves from Guinea. Negro slaves from Guinea, and then try to justify by saying they didn't know how they got there. The fuck they know how they got there? They were brought there by the Spanish. You running around here on all these platforms, running your little gun bumpers and your little knob chewers, and still wrong. You so loud and wrong. That's why I don't be letting you say shit, bro. I start cutting you off and not letting you say nothing else because you don't be knowing what the fuck you talking about. And then we got my brother right here. You know it's a trap when you see this right here, when you see this 4K video streaming looking ass dude right here.
What's up, everybody? Peace. I come up here to see that receipt, man. I want to see that 1250 receipt. What did he say? What year was that?
He said 1210.
1210. I want to be witness to that. I just come up here to just see that.
We wait.
I'm waiting.
Yeah,
is that my brother Port?
Oh, what up, Shaka? What up, man?
Your little brother, how your day been?
Man, chilling. I was on here yesterday, and Bino was talking shit about you, bro.
I had cut the chat off and just was listening to you build. So I didn't see him in there because remember I responded earlier in the chat when you first began. Like so
yeah,
live,
that was funny, man. I was like, man, you lucky he ain't here. But yeah, they own sources debunk him.
My son had basketball games. So when you was doing that, he was playing. And so I just X'd out of the chat so I ain't get caught up in, responding to anybody. And I was just watching the game. And I was just listening to my earbud. And I didn't know he showed up. Well, I would have clicked.
Yeah, that was funny. Juju had that receipt. I was like, damn, she screenshot that shit. Yeah, man. He said you too, not a coincidence. He mentioned both of y'all, matter of fact. We're not.
He did. Me and not a coincidence. Said he retired. Me and not a coincidence. I don't know how. And now he trying to say the book is mislabeling the black slaves from Guinea. Now the book wrong.
Yeah. Now his source is wrong.
The audacity of the stupidity in this Negro.
Crazy, man.
That other dude ain't coming, Port.
Man,
we won't give him 10 minutes.
I come up here to see these receipts, man. I gotta see these receipts before 1400s because that's what we all here for, right? I think we all here to see these receipts.
1210.
Yeah, 1210. That's a nice receipt. A king's list, a black king's list. We need to see that.
They said they got a black king's list?
I haven't seen one. They tried to say Moctezuma was the damn king, and I said, nah, you can't do that.
They did try to use Montezuma.
Mhm.
Abos did try to claim state saying that that was a black kinship with Montezuma, which is crazy ridiculous.
Yeah, they still try to do that.
That man was living inside of a rock, and these motherfuckers is talking about.
Yeah, Montezuma, that's part of us. But yeah, we don't have any archaeological evidence, any genetic evidence, any of that stuff. Last night I did that whole thing on the Cahokia Mounds. They hadn't found none of you niggas DNA on them sites. So yeah, I need to let it go, man.
I want them niggas to show me a freedom fighter that said they was Indian nigga.
Shaka. Hey, look, I think you can find this book. You know, sometimes these are pretending they try to use it, but you know, these people they're not educated. They don't even know the language they're reading. That language, those are runaway slaves. They are Mandinka language. You know, I mean, I'll give you the book. You can put on the screen here. If you type Nati Kiko, NATIKE, and then put a slash, and then put a Mandinka, you will see.
Yo, all I know is Vino, and I said it in the chat, but I'm gonna say it again. The only thing that you proved was that black slaves from Guinea was in America. That's it. That's what you're proving. You're proving that the people, the black people that they saw were enslaved and brought from Africa. You are justifying the transatlantic slave trade and the earliest deportation of brothers and sisters from Africa to the Americas. And then your argument to that is mislabels. The author doesn't even say that. You are the only person saying that. That's how delusional you are in your ignorance, bro. And we still can't get this other dude on, bro. We sit here, we waiting. I know who fell off. Somebody just fell off. I think it was Gullah. But we waiting on this brother to come up here with this source from 1210, and we can't get it, man. He did.
I literally come up here for that. I was excited to hear. I'm like, oh shit, 1210. I got to be a part of this history.
You gotta get documented for that.
Yeah, they say the most outlandish shit, man.
You play that back.
Go ahead.
I said you clip that and play that back on TikTok.
Oh, you already know.
Oh yeah, we be getting some wild ones over there on talking, nigga.
Hey, like Sutek said, that's like the pseudo Mecca, man.
I swear to God, man, nigga. We did a goddamn Islam push one time, nigga. Them niggas sniped the shit.
Yeah, I barely can go live anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like I can make posts, but like if I do a live now, my shit gets sniped. Matter of fact, I think I can get on live. My privileges will be uplifted tomorrow. Oh no, matter of fact, sometime today. Because what's today? The 2nd, right? Yeah, so let me, I think 7 o'clock I can get back on.
Is he going live?
I don't know, man. I'm over it, man. I'm gonna start hanging out over here more. Shit. Because every time I get on it, they shoot my shit down.
You just keep making up shit, bro.
But yeah, they can't prove this shit, man.
I ain't gonna lie, boy. I might have to start coming over here too, bro. I'm down to 2 fucking accounts.
Yeah, they're gonna chop you, man. You gotta chill out.
But this most recent time, I ain't even spazzed out. They just reported me.
Yeah. If you on a list, nigga, you gotta watch what you say. And certain shit you just can't talk about over there, man, and get away with it. That's what I learned. So I just bring those conversations over to here that I can have them, you know. And that way, if like on my channel, ain't nobody gonna take me down unless I do some crazy shit. Who that? Black First? Shout out to Black First.
Old dog. We we all know about the burial site with those Africans in it because they did the DNA sampling. We even tell you where they come from because they extracted the DNA out of their teeth.
The contaminated DNA. There was that.
No. Those Africans that were found at the grave sites. Those 3 Africans. We did shows on that shit.
Oh, okay, that part.
Yeah. So I was just responding to that. But hold on, Elijah. I'm pulling Natikoki. It's Mandinka language. What I'm pulling this up for again?
If you put it on Google, it's gonna show you on certain supposed Natikoki word. So you click on that. So that will take you to the book. So what these pretenders are doing, they try to say these people are indigenous black people. Some of them they run into Indian community, and then so they try to act like maybe they are mixed with the Indians, indigenous Indians. So now these pretenders they claim those people to be the indigenous here, but they
Yeah, it's 2 different ways that it's spelled as it pertains to the word that you spelled, and then the word that they're spelling is related to like the Maryland tribe that you're referring to, because they spell it Nanticoke tribe, and even in that, it still says that tribe became known for sheltering escaped slaves.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, so that don't even help them at all, because now you have, as we've always known, a group of people that assisted in helping us escape,
right,
and protecting us from that, which gives that relationship there. But then, more importantly, we can build off of that. But these people ain't even that we're talking to on a day-to-day basis that's trying to dispel their Africanness. They ain't even trying to have an association with Africa. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I know they are trying to deny it, but I believe most of them they do know it. Just like a Hebrew Israelite, all those things. They will try to fabricate stories, but it cannot stand. Like these people, like what they say, Natikoki, their language end up like some light Indians when they move into Indian community. So I think they have some certain influence there, slaves, but because maybe they went there massively, so you might see a white Indian speaking that language or using some word in their language. So, but the reason why those Indians use those words because they are interaction with the African slaves.
Yeah. So we have no problem with information, or we're just trying to get it right. And I think what you can't do is you can't tell us what a source is saying and then tell us the source is wrong because they're misrepresenting X, Y, and Z. You have to prove how the source is wrong and in their translations of whatever the case may be. What you're trying to do is you're trying to say, well, they just called them Ethiopians. Everyone on this panel and everyone that study history understands that at some point, these people just called everybody on the continent of Africa Ethiopia.
Right, because that meant like land of the burnt skin people, right?
Right. But just out of their own ignorance, they didn't have an actual label of understanding these many different people and these tribes in these different countries. They had no understanding of that. So that mislabeling is the same way that they mislabeled everybody fucking Negroes who didn't look white like them.
Then, because at one point, didn't they label everybody a Nubian too, right? Or am I wrong on that?
You could say that in some instances when they're talking about certain shit.
But like when the Portuguese came around, they was labeling on everybody Moors and shit until they got down into deep Africa and they realized the language barriers was different. And they was like, oh shit, these black people talk different than some of these other folks.
Right. Those affiliations provided justification of no, these are different people. So that this is where you get the Sudan, the people in the Sudan. You know what I'm saying? And they don't know. They don't know. And then over and over and over again, Vino, you continue to prove us right by showing your sources. And then when we start reading shit that you don't want us to read, and it tells us that these motherfuckers but Vino, every other source that talk about Balboa's account all say the same shit about them fucking them black people that they saw that came from Guinea. You just in your own goddamn way at this point. We can't help your ass. You want to be mentally retarded, you do that shit on your channel.
Yeah, you're right. Because there was a time, in West Africa for Europeans, it's a Guinea, right? So today, Guinea is a one country. But anybody from, for example, Mali, Guinea, because Mali and Guinea are the same people. Senegal, all those places will be considered Guinea.
You didn't prove me wrong, bro. You don't have a source that you could bring to us today and that says that the Spanish mistranslated the word Negro as to meaning or Guinea or meaning or Ethiopia meaning this, that, or the third. Both Guinea and Ethiopia are in Africa. So no matter what, they are referring to people who come from the continent of Africa. They're not looking at modern day Ethiopia and justifying that all of those people came from Ethiopia. That is not the justification. At that time, if you look at the map making, nigga, they was still running around this bitch calling the whole fucking Africa Ethiopia until they gained more knowledge. And then you start seeing the map of Africa shift and change. So while you're sitting there insinuating that ignorantly, you gotta go and provide evidence that there's a mistranslation here and render the mistranslation with the correct translation that comes from the source correcting itself. And you never do that. There's a methodology for all of that. We don't just claim shit, bro. When I know a source fucked up and I'm reading it out of a book and then I say this is where a translation, because one thing about languages that I loved about is the fact that we knew that when we called Wallace D. Budge saying some religious shit in one of his texts, that when we translated the word, it ain't look shit like Wallace Budge was saying. It was a whole nother rendition so that we knew that he superimposed the word on the people. You can't do that because you don't know languages. You want to sit in the chat, waste our time, join the panel, and get us right back to fucking Panama.
Right, then NOI do the same shit. Try to play like little semantics and shit with words. And it's fucked up because my favorite freedom fighter from the NOI, Khalid Muhammad.
Come on, bro.
But you know what I'm saying? He used to play that same semantic shit. And it was like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Only reason I love that nigga though, because he was a Pan-African. He understood that even though my shit bullshit, we don't all come from this bullshit. We ain't Indian, nigga. I know that.
Damn sure ain't no Indian.
Yeah, no. Because a lot of these pseudo black organizations that was started that you see now, and you go look at the history of when they first started, a lot of them was still claiming Africa.
All of them did. I mean, a lot of them was very Afrocentric in that beginning, and then a split happened, and then niggas just said they just been here the whole time, and like we ain't even African. I'm like, hold the fuck up! Where the hell y'all get that from? What part of the game is that?
Because of pseudo books, the pseudos. That's what they read.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the second thing, like when people say Ethiopian, people try to think of those lighter skin ones. Ethiopia has 83 tribes. You see, South Sudanese, how dark they are. There are people in Ethiopia who look just like that. If you look at maybe Amhara and Tigray, those are the lighter skin ones. But the other tribes, most of them are jet black or dark skin, just like any other African. But for some reason, people try to perceive Ethiopia to look like
Your source was in like the mid 1500s, bro. That's well done when the slave trade
Yeah,
had
that shit
taken
was
off.
full on,
Like,
man.
bro, what the fuck?
They was really into that shit at that time.
Great.
You know, by this time they had Africans going to Lisbon, being colonized,
Man,
Christianized.
that was the prime of that
Americans
shit.
and shit. So
That was the
swing.
prime of that shit.
Hell yeah. Hey, but look, I ain't gonna stay long. I just want I come to see that goddamn source, man. And this motherfucker ain't show up with it. And Vino, you was bullshitting me, man. He was talking mad. Y'all should have seen Vino. Vino was over there. He was chilling in the corner. He heard all that genetic shit I was talking, and then he was like, "Yeah, Sean P. and not a coincidence. Yeah, I retired them." I'm saying, "What?"
Just pillow
He's
talking.
delusional. He's delusional, bro.
Vino wilding, bro.
He first of all, he can't read. He don't write. He ain't got no education. Just like my brother Joseph, who came on here earlier, openly and admittedly saying that he didn't graduate. He's
3
not
goddamn strikes.
right. That's why I said no offense, but what's you graduate? He's like, nah. I admit I ain't got that much of an education. You goddamn right. We know you don't.
At least
that's
he
half
admitted
our
the
problem,
truth,
man.
though. Most of these niggas will lie to your face and say they did. Damn well they didn't.
A lot of it is lack of education, man. I mean, we rank really low in education in this country, so we gonna be the most affected by the shit.
Right. And then he was from my state, and we already low as hell.
We gonna be the most affected. So that's why we do what we do. Shout out to you, Sean, and Not a Coincidence, and Team Syndicate all day. And we can't give up on this shit, man, because we got grown ass men saying weird shit. We can't be having that, y'all. And y'all gotta come to y'all senses. If the genetic DNA is proving y'all niggas wrong, y'all gotta let it go. If we haven't found one goddamn artifact with y'all fingerprints on it, y'all gotta let it go.
Y'all know OGs, man. Y'all started to push shit.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. But yeah, let me get up out this jump, man. I gotta get my little rest. I can't be hanging out all night. Y'all be on TikTok all night. Sean, you don't even know, Sean. You can see on this jump 24 hours, yo. And be pushing too, man. Like, you gotta take shifts on the content, man. I'm like, man, I gotta take my shift during the day.
When brother, when you a soldier, bro, you ain't worried about that red shit.
Hey, look, no days off, man. No days off. But all right, Sean and Shaka, I see you in TikTok land, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'll probably see you later on or some shit.
All right, brother. Peace, Sean.
All right, brother.
All right, y'all. So I'm gonna shut this bitch down, bro. I'm gonna get up out of here. We couldn't get the dude from TikTok here with the bullshit. I appreciate y'all tapping in, man.
Yeah, it was nice to be with you, brother Sean.
You too, Shaka.
Shaka.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Hey, where's the big shark? He sounds like him though.
I think he on TikTok right now. Shit, I'm feeling.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he sounds like the host.
Nah, he don't sound like me. He got a California accent. I got that deep side.
Oh no. For me, I cannot differentiate any accent from any region. I can just tell American accent.
Yeah, okay. It's not getting spoiled, man.
All right, bro. So I'll catch y'all later, man. Appreciate y'all, man.
All right, Sean.
All right. Next time we live, bro, we'll get it back in. We'll pick it up right where we left off if we can catch them.
Yes, sir.
All right, peace.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find
his
y'all
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
Feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Call that Abos slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top Abo leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO, genealogy.